Welcome to Toyota City. It's really interesting here in Toyota City. Welcome to Toyota City. It's really interesting here in Toyota City. Welcome to Toyota City. It's really interesting here in Toyota City. Welcome to Toyota City. It's really interesting here in Toyota City. Welcome to Toyota City. It's really interesting here in Toyota City.
Ladies and gentlemen, ここからのお時間はトヨタ市政70周年シンボル事業
SDGs
Think
2021
SDGs
commemorating 70th anniversary of Toyota Municipal Government.
国際会議を開催いたします。こちらのプログラム
This
は
program is co-sponsored by City of Toyota and UNCRD, United Nations Center for Regional Development. And we will air this on live. At this conference, we would like to discuss with various stakeholders how to live in the new normal society with new lifestyles and connections after the pandemic. Focusing on 3 SDGs themes, Toyota City has chosen: mobility, energy, and wellness.
国内外の事例を踏まえて考えるものです。
Upon opening this international symposium, Think SDGs 2021 in Toyota, the mayor of Toyota City, Mr. Toshihiko Ota, would like to extend opening declaration.
皆さんこんにちは。海外の方からもしかしたらこんばんはかもしれません。トヨタ市長の太田俊彦と申します。トヨタ市は2009年に環境モデル都市の指定を受けました。で、それ以後、さまざまな取り組みを進める中で、一つは今日のこの会場はトヨタエコフルタウンといいます。特に環境に特化して近未来を体感しようというそういう施設です。また機会がありましたらお越しいただきたいと思います。そういう取り組みを進める中で、2015年にこのトヨタ市で国連と共催して国際会議を開催いたしました。その時にトヨタ宣言を採択したんですけれども、その時のその国連の方の発言の中にこの2015年1月のトヨタ宣言はこの年の夏の国連の宣言の中で何らかの形で
They say that the Toyota Declaration will be reflected in some form of the deliverables of the United Nations meeting. Actually, in September in 2015, SDGs were adopted. So in that sense, SDGs are something very close to us. And we are very much familiarized to those stuffs because of this history. Amid the COVID-19, actually speaking, we are 70th anniversary as a city. Just until a moment ago, we had the ceremony to celebrate the 70th anniversary. We thought that this is a good timing to hold an international conference. However, because of the COVID-19, we had to give up the traditional in-person meeting, and instead we are holding this virtual meeting. But I think that this was good because by utilizing the high technologies, we are able to attract the application from more than 1,000 people, 1,186 people from more than 20 countries, because we are able to overcome the physical distances. In Toyota, we have been discussing what would be the most efficient way to proceed with the SDGs. We are struggling every day, and 1,186 people participating from more than 20 countries, I'm sure, share the same struggling points as to the city. I hope that through this meeting, you'll be able to discuss honestly and exchange opinions so that we'll be able to together open up doors for better SDGs implementation. Please enjoy the program until the end. Ladies and gentlemen, now I declare the opening of Think SDGs 2021 International Conference in Toyota. Thank you very much.
We received opening message from Dr. Amson Sibanda, Chief of National Strategies and Capacity Building Branch at Division for Sustainable Development Goals at the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs.
Honorable Mr. Toshihiko Ota, Mayor of Toyota City, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to join you today, even if virtually. In particular, I would like to thank all the co-organizers, the municipal government of Toyota, Aichi Prefecture, Japan, and the United Nations Center for Regional Development. On behalf of the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs, I would like to extend my sincere greetings and warm welcome to all of you to this international conference titled Think SDGs 2021 in Toyota City. Although Toyota City would have loved to organize an in-person international conference, disruptions caused by the COVID-19 pandemic have pushed all of us to explore new ways of doing business. Hence, this virtual conference is a good opportunity to adopt a new normal style, resulting in opening the door to the next stage for Toyota City. This important conference, being held under the theme Smart and Sustainable Communities under the COVID-19 pandemic, seeks to discuss and find the best solutions and collaborative actions with multi-stakeholders for the Sustainable Development Goals in the context of sustainable urban development. Ladies and gentlemen, as we gather here today, one thing is clear. Not only is progress in achieving the 2030 Agenda slow within and among countries, the Sustainable Development Goals are off track and require new efforts and financing, including at the local level. The overarching objective of the 2030 Agenda to eradicate poverty in all its forms everywhere has suffered its worst setback. Recent estimates by the World Bank show that the COVID-19 pandemic likely pushed between 88 and 115 million people into extreme poverty in 2020, setting back efforts to eradicate poverty by around 3 years. This setback is largely due to a combination of factors, among them the COVID-19 pandemic, conflicts, as well as climate change. Climate change and disasters such as floods, fires, and other extreme weather events are getting worse in almost every region. In the world of work, labor markets around the world were also disrupted in 2020 on a historically unprecedented scale. According to the International Labour Organization, an estimated 114 million jobs were lost globally in 2020 relative to 2019, with women and young workers disproportionately bearing the brunt. The COVID-19 crisis has also worsened the learning crisis. At the peak of school closures in April 2020, an estimated 1.6 billion children were out of school worldwide. Before COVID-19 hit, 258 million children of primary and secondary school age were out of school. Hence, the disruptions to children's schooling have aggravated pre-existing challenges in education, many of which require both national and local solutions. High and rising inequality is also tearing the social fabric, undermining trust in public institutions. Gender-based violence, suicides, and attacks on ethnic minorities are also on the increase. Hence, the global crisis triggered by the COVID-19 pandemic and its unprecedented negative health, economic, and social impacts has not only impacted the international community, but has impacted cities and local communities everywhere. This unprecedented pandemic and the multiple crises it has unleashed is a powerful reminder of our interconnectedness and vulnerabilities, as the virus respects no borders, and that combating this pandemic calls for enhanced cooperation at the global, regional, national, and local levels. Given these daunting challenges, the key question we should ask ourselves today, especially during this conference, is how do we get back on track? One answer lies in the theme of this conference. We need to think SDGs 2021, including at the city and local level. fully implementing the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development is the best way of getting back on track and building back better. Given their indivisible and interlinked nature, the Sustainable Development Goals are more important now than ever. At the local level, one way to fast-track progress is to mobilize sub-national or local governments to pursue the Sustainable Development Goals at their level. We all know that failure to localize SDG has tremendous costs, and cities such as yours should therefore do everything to drive the 2030 Agenda by localizing these goals. Now is the time to put all hands on deck and commit ourselves to protect the gains we have made and secure the well-being of people, economies, societies, and our planet. We must also fully leverage pandemic recovery and invest in critical areas that include improving access to vaccines, quality health care and education, scaling up social protection systems and measures, and combating inequality and fighting climate change. We also need to prioritize an inclusive and sustainable recovery. For this recovery to be sustainable, countries and cities such as Toyota City must fully embrace renewable energy and green and resilient infrastructure. We need to boost international cooperation and multilateral efforts, as well as foster meaningful partnerships, including national and local governments, academia, the private sector, citizens, and civil society, that focus on preventing threats from emerging pandemics and on building an effective defense against deadly infectious disease outbreaks. As one of the main objectives of this conference is to discuss, in terms of implementation of the SDGs, how our communities and people have been changed because of the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, I would like to highlight how cities and local governments can contribute to the review of the 2030 Agenda at the local level through the voluntary local reviews. As you all know, the SDGs were developed and agreed upon by 193 United Nations member states that made the commitment of pursuing these goals. However, there are over 10,000 cities worldwide, not even counting the smaller municipalities that can become the crucial partners governments need in achieving the SDGs. Hence, even though the voluntary local reviews are not directly mandated by the 2030 Agenda, we strongly believe that they can help us localize the SDGs and also benefit the global understanding of where we stand with regard to progress towards the goals. While there is no official format for the voluntary local reviews, we have learned from the national processes that certain shared elements drawing from the 2030 Agenda itself can enrich the peer learning and contribute to the robustness of the reviews. Hence, we have developed a set of global guiding elements for the voluntary local reviews, which draw from the Secretary General's common voluntary guidelines for the voluntary national reviews. These global guiding elements also aim at fostering a global dialogue between the voluntary national reviews and the voluntary local reviews, where applicable. Just like the voluntary national reviews, the voluntary local reviews ought not to be treated as an end in themselves, but instead as a lever for implementation at the local level. Conducting such reviews enables sharing of experiences and lessons learned with other cities and local governments, as well as with other countries, thus advancing the global achievement of the 2030 Agenda. Local reviews can also showcase and bring forward unique but scalable solutions to problems we all try to solve. The voluntary local reviews can also help in assessing and addressing spatial inequalities within a country. For the national governments and the voluntary national reviews, voluntary local reviews can provide a much fuller picture of where we are in terms of our SDG implementation and where our challenges lie. However, it is incumbent on every country, city, or local government that those lessons, the gaps and obstacles identified, are fed back into the domestic cycle of review and implementation, On this issue, we have been very happy to see more and more national level reviews refer to meaningful collaboration with sub-national governments. If engaged, cities and regions can also support meaningful stakeholder engagement for the voluntary national reviews and SDG implementation at large. Municipalities can extend a hand to civil society organizers, private companies, and community organizers who otherwise will not be participating in national level processes. They can also reach out to the most vulnerable and marginalized groups and help amplify their voices. As UN DESA, we will continue to advocate and mobilize for cooperation at all levels and advance shared values to take on the many challenges we face, as well as take advantage of the many opportunities that are in front of us. Finally, I would like to offer you my congratulations for the 70th anniversary events of Toyota Municipality Government. I wish Toyota City will have many more successful events in the future, and they will keep making good progress on the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. I thank you.
続きまして国際連合地域開発センター UNCRD 所長遠藤和重様より UNCRD が進める SDGs についての取り組みをご紹介いただきます。それでは遠藤所長よろしくお願いいたします。
太田俊彦市長、登壇者の方々、トヨタ市民はじめ、国内外から参加の皆様。
of Toyota and dear participants from Japan and abroad, congratulations on the successful convening of the Think SDGs 2021 International Conference. UNCRD was established in 1971 in Nagoya to share Japan's successful experience in a rapid economic growth period as the only one UN function in Chubu. We've been engaging in various activities. Let me introduce some of them. The common issues of the developing countries, including waste, transportation, urban development, and disasters. We provide a fora for the discussion between the policymakers and the experts. This of which we are a part have been convening various SDG-related conferences. Toyota City cooperated and participated in some of the milestone events. Mayor Ota mentioned 2015's the UN Toyota co-sponsored high-level symposium on sustainable cities in 2015, participated by 250 participants from 23 countries. My colleague, Mr. Amson Shibanda, in his video message said that the pandemic of the COVID-19, the negative impact on the health, society, and economy. For this formidable challenges, how we can realize, build back better to restore the better condition compared to pre-corona states. It's a formidable challenge. However, today's conference is a valuable opportunity to think about it in the context of SDGs. Toyota cities provide various proving ground for the implementation of the sustainable growth in environment, economy, and society. Eco-Full Town is the environmental, the testing field. The UNCLD's training, was hosted by Eco-Full Town for the past 10 years. Cumulative number of 245 members land there. The
In the energy session today, UNDES Mr. Takada is going to talk about the world trend of the carbon neutral, which I hope will be a valuable input for the Toyota City's the future environmental policy. In the past few years, the SDGs interest has been growing in the academia, industry, government, and civil societies. In 2018, Toyota City is designated as the SDGs future city, followed by the Aichi Prefecture, Nagoya City, Toyohashi City in 2019, Gifu Prefecture, Mie Prefecture in 2020. More than 10 were designated as SDGs future cities, and their initiatives have been growing. Mr. Shibata emphasized the role of VLR, or the voluntary evaluation and reporting done by the local government, the status of the progress of each initiative of the local effort, which will be very important for the achievement of SDGs. UNCRT has been studying the system of monitoring and evaluating the local initiatives of the SDGs through the partnership of the Toyota City, Nagoya City, and the private sector partners, and we would like to share this output or the monitoring evaluation method to other local government to contribute to the regional level SDGs. Lastly, I'd like to introduce the Chubu region SDG wide area platform in order to drive the SDG initiatives in Chubu region. The Chubu ESD, SDG Education Group, Rome Club Japan, and the Chubu SDG Promotion Center and UNCLD worked together and launched the initiative, the wide area platform, in December last year. Collaborating with the Toyota City and the members of the platform, UNCLD is going to further promote the global and local initiatives toward the achievement of SDGs, and I'd like to ask your kind cooperation, wishing the success of the conference and your health and prosperity, and I'd like to close my remark. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Mr. Endo. Now we would like to introduce the SDGs initiatives that the City of Toyota are taking, and I would like to welcome the Mayor, Mr. Toshihiko Ota. The floor is yours. Hello everyone. I would like to take this occasion to introduce about the initiatives that we are taking in Toyota City. Let me share the screen. Thank you. So this is a picture from the 2019 Rugby World Cup, which was held in the Toyota Stadium. And of course, with this COVID pandemic, looking back in the past 1 year, it's something like it was like a dream, and we really had a good time there. This shows the map of Toyota City. We have around 422,000 population, and 70% of our area is a forest. And it is said that 70% of the entire Japanese area is the forest, so we can say that Toyota City is following the average area occupancy of the forests in Japan. There are many pain points, but at the same time there are many things, but the only thing we don't have is the sea, the ocean. Because we are surrounded by mountains, we are having a lot of abundant tourism attractions. Of course, Toyota City is well known for the cars, but throughout the season you can really have and enjoy a lot of landscape here. And now for the SDGs Future City, as we mentioned earlier, in 2009, we were designated one of the environmental model city, and we have been going through various initiatives, and today we are really putting our legs into the SDGs Future City project. And our promo word is to let's create the future as normal. And this is what we often use as the promo word. And when we think about future, whether we do something or not, future will come one day. But then towards the future, what can we do? What do we have as a vision? What kind of aspirations do we have? We have to achieve, and we would like to achieve these aspirations that we have as soon as possible. And that is the kind of concept we have. And for us to achieve that, there are many things that we can do, but still things that are limited. That is why we have to involve the academia as well as the private, as well as the United Nations here at the government. And it depends on what kind of partnership we will be able to create with these stakeholders. That means we have the government side concepts, and we also have private sector and the academia, and sometimes it is difficult to take communication among ourselves, but we know that SDG has become a common language, and this is what I am thinking. That means whether it be from the government or from the private sector, what we want to achieve is to be of help and to serve the community and society, and that is what the government can do as its own role, and the private sector can also make its businesses. I think that's how things are being balanced, and that means when we think of this SDGs partner, this is something we really cherish. And today, we have altogether 210 organizations and businesses that have registered with us as partners, and we are working together on solving social issues. And by doing that, we, on the government side, are standing by the citizens, and for the businesses or the private sector, they are able to seek new opportunities for businesses, so we are being able to create a win-win relationship. And in that way, SDGs is something that makes anything possible, and there are many entrances or aspects that we can work on in that sense. And one of the projects that we have as part of the partnership program is called the Sakura project, and I will be touching on this in details later on, so please wait until I elaborate on this. And let us look into the third-party evaluation on the SDGs. According to the Nikkei Global, we are ranked 5 in Japan among all the municipalities. Last time we were ranked 4, and we dropped our ranking, and that's not so good. So we know that we have to do more to further be able to have a better ranking. In any case, again, I am reiterating, but we are promoting the public and private partnership so that the organizations as well as the citizens can also get together. And because we have our strength here at Toyota City in terms of the advanced technology, we really would like to bring in these technologies so that we can really achieve and execute many things. So things, objects, ideas, and people, we get together and create a better society. And this is just a promotion from my side. We have the other side of Toyota YouTube video available, and people have been viewing for more than millions of times. So I encourage you to have a look at our YouTube video. Toyota is not just only for cars. You'll get to know more about Toyota. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, thank you, Mr. Endo from UNCRD. And thank you very much, Mayor Mr. Ota of Toyota City, on your initiatives on the SDGs. By the way, here at Think SDGs 2021 in Toyota, this is an international conference in Toyota, and we have some announcement for you about some gifts we have. I think you can see on the screen this wooden SDGs badge. And among the SDGs, we work on global warming measures, and we understand that CO2, carbon dioxide, is a big issue, and we really need abundant forests to be able to absorb all these CO2s. And what is most important is to do the forest thinning of the forest. And we have a lot of timber of the thinning, but we don't want to waste these, so there are some initiatives to make use of these forest thinning timber by various businesses. And this badge itself too comes from the forest thinning timber from Toyota. And this wooden SDGs badge is available for 200 people. So we will be handing out these presents, and if you're interested in applying for getting one of these badges, further announcement will be made at 5:45 Japan time, so please look forward to it.
続いてのプログラムは基調講演午後2時よりの開催です。お時間までしばらくお待ちください。それでは Think SDGs 2021 in トヨタ SDGs について考える国際会議に戻ります。ここからの時間は一般社団法人
from Mr. Togo Uchida, Director of ICLEI Japan.
による基調講演をお送りします。
ICLEI is a global network of local and regional governments committed to sustainability. And Mr. Uchida is serving as the director of Japan chapter. Now we would like to welcome Mr. Uchida for his lecture entitled The World We Envisage Under SDGs and the Role of Cities and Regions. Well, good afternoon to everyone, and thank you very much for that kind introduction. I'm Uchida from ICLEI Japan. So from me, I'd like to talk about the role of cities and regions and national governments in terms of implementing SDGs. Now, regarding SDGs, that stand for the Sustainable Development Goals. And what sort of a world do we envisage with SDGs? And that means a sustainable world. To put in a different way, the current world we live is not sustainable. It's not simply sustainable. Regarding this, I'd like to share my thought with you. Please look at this illustration. From left-hand side, our society and economy has been only possible because of the support from the Earth planet. However, the Earth planet environment keeps changing, like a seasonal change and climate change, including the rains and the sunny days and so forth. And our society and economy have been adapted to those always changing environment. That's why we have a nurtured culture. Now, our environment, however, because of human activities, are now about to change drastically. And that is obvious. The change that is taking place very rapidly, how far can we sustain? How far can the Earth adapt and sustain is a question that everybody is now thinking. After the threshold, maybe the world will face and toward a very rapid and irreversible change. Because the change is so abrupt and irreversible, that means that the society and economy supported by this climate can collapse. That is the sense of crisis we have. I'm sure that some of you have a sense of crisis or urgency. However, at the same time, some people may just wonder For example, as you can see at the lower part of this same image, many times we've been told that the environment is in critical situations, including climate change, but nothing bad happened. In some cases, the situations have improved. That would be one school of thinking. And second is Earth environment is so much complicated, and therefore the human being still does not have enough scientific understandings. People say there's a threshold, but do we really know about it? And also, because the environment was changed due to the economic activities, some people would say, does this mean that we have to stop pursuing development and go just back to the pre-industrial revolution? Or some may even say that, the nature's impact on people, like a volcano and also the earthquake, would be much bigger than the impact that the human being are placing onto the environment. So I'd like to try to answer those questions as I go through this presentation today. First of all, regarding the sustainable development, how this idea came up in the global community, we would like to show a brief history. United Nations, as you know, was established in 1945 after the World War II. From the reflection of the war, the United Nations was set up, so that is to seek peace, to avoid the international conflicts, and also rectifying the gap of the human rights and the economic gaps. Those are the purpose of the United Nations. As we moved to 1960s in Japan and Europe and America, there was a rapid growth in economy and industrialization and urbanization. Because of that, the pollution became transboundary issues that requires the international coordination. And so there was a strong need for a place on forum for the coordination, and therefore in 1972, UNEP was launched. At that time, however, the environmental issues, including pollution, was strongly linked with the economic development, and therefore many people would say that the environmental problem is only for the advanced countries, and the United Nations was trying to eliminate the economic gap. And some people said that the working on the environmental issues mean denying the opportunities for development for developing countries. But anyway, the serious discussion started with this UNEP. And 10 years after, in 1982, there was a UNEP NILAV conference. And for the first time there, it was recognized that the environmental issues, including pollution, is not just for the developed nation. This is a global agenda, because during the 10 years from 1972, problems only exacerbated. But on the other hand, the environment and the economy, how to hit the balance has been remained untouched. And then, actually speaking, a Japanese government at the United Nations Nairobi conference made a proposal to set up a committee to make recommendation on environmental issues. The environmental protection and economic development should be considered simultaneously with the leadership of the United Nations. That was the motive of the Japanese government to make a proposal to set the committee. And as a result, a committee was established, and a report from that committee is the Brundtland Committee report. And in this report, for the first time in human history, sustainable development was defined. And this is so famous, that is to say, the sustainable development is a kind of development that satisfies the needs of the current generation without undermining the opportunities of the next generation to satisfy their needs. Already 34 years have passed, but already back in 1987, the underlying concept of the current SDGs have been already defined. And the Japanese contribution is very much laudable, because the Brundtland Committee was established based on the proposal from Japan. Now let's look at this definition of the sustainable development that I has earlier mentioned. And this is very ambitious. I mean, satisfying the needs of the current situation, current generations, but at the same time, we want the next generation, future generations, to be able to enjoy a good life. And that is the SDGs, seeking for. I think that you have the image for SDGs. Actually, the SDGs are very ambitious because we want to satisfy the needs of both current generation and the future generations. So those are the questions that I earlier mentioned. Kind of a skepticism. Based on this definition, the third one, does it mean that we should forget about the economic development, go back to the industrialization? The answer to that question is no, because through the sustainable development, we are going to protect both the economy and environment, because we simultaneously achieve both the economy and the environment. So the answer to the third question is obviously no. And now, there was also a question regarding the complicated nature of the Earth environment. From here, I have a few phrases. It is true that the natural environment is very much complicated, but this shows a chronology of what happened for the climatic change. You see IPCC, you hear it quite often. This is Intergovernmental Panel on Climatic Change, established in 1988 by UNEP and also the WMO. They jointly established this IPCC. And 2 years later, it released its AR Assessment Report #1, in which they said there is some scientific uncertainties, however, cannot rule out the possibility of climate change. And then 5 years later, AR5 was released, in which they said, based on the projections of global mean temperature increase and sea level rise, there's still a possibility that human activities may change climate in an unprecedented manner. And then 6 years later, the AR3 was released, in which they said new and powerful evidence obtained that most of the global warming observed during the past 50 years is due to human activities. And the pace of the increase of the temperature is larger than the average of the past 10,000 years. And then in AR4, 6 years later, they even said that there's no doubt about the climate warming as a phenomenon. And also it continued, most of the rising global mean temperature observed in the second half of the 20th century was due to increase of the human-induced GHG emissions. The possibility is quite high. And then 7 years later, the fifth AR, there's no doubt in the warming of the climatic system, they repeated. And also, they said it was reconfirmed that the warming has been enhanced through the observation of the temperature, seawater temperature, sea level rise, and so forth. And they even said it is highly probable that the human was the dominant cause for the global warming since the second half of the 20th century. In 2018, IPCC also released the famous 1.5 degree special report. And Japanese government in October last year said that we're going to seek the carbon neutrality worldwide. Decarbonization is going on, and this is because of the 1.5 report of IPCC released in October 2018. Because in that report, they emphasize the importance of achieving carbon neutrality by 2050. So this is a quick review of the chronology regarding the climate change. And the IPCC changed and enhanced its description regarding the climate change. Those lines in the yellow is about the biodiversity. I'm not going to talk about it today. So far, I have talked about the IPCC, and also there's another organization, EPBES. What are they? IPCC, as I said, it is about the climate change. Climate change is very much complicated. However, we know that actions are needed to do something about it. But what should we do? There was a lot of scientific knowledges which were not available at the time, and therefore in 1988, IPCC was set up. And the important thing about this IPCC is the purpose of that organization, a mission of that organization, they are going to consolidate the various researches and literature available and clarify what has been agreed as a scientist and not agreed. And that means that they are not doing their own researches. They are evaluate what is now being discussed in the academia, so they have to maintain political neutrality. Because of this nature or the mission, every 5 or 6 years, they keep receiving assessment report one after another. And there's another organization, IPBES. This is the biodiversity version. And a global assessment they announced in 2019. The IPBES also has a similar mechanism or framework in their activity. So whether it is IPCC or IPBES reports, they are the results of the mobilization of the best minds of our time and politically neutral or unbiased. And therefore, that's the reason that the world should trust their reports. So the IPCC and IPBES have released many reports, including the 1.5 degree special reports from IPCC. And they say that in order to achieve 1.5, we have to realize carbon neutrality by 2050. And there's a scientific ground for them to say that. That is why many people seek the zero carbon. On the other hand, for the IPBES, for the biodiversity, IPBES is not so famous as IPCC, but in 2019, they released a global assessment report. About 75% of the world landmass has been significantly modified because of human being, and more than 85% of the mares and swamps have disappeared. And about 25% of the animals and plants, they have checked face extinction, and that means that in total 1 billion species are facing the extinction. And the pace of the loss of biodiversity is several tens or several hundreds faster than the average of the past faster than the 10 million years ago. And if you look at the livestock mammals, there are 6,190 such species. However, 559 species, which is 9%, have already extinguished in 2016. And at least another 1,000 species are facing extinction risk. So those are the gist of that report from IPBES.
This is the graph that we showed you at the beginning of the presentation. And these rapid environmental changes at one point in the future might become irreversible. And I called it a threshold before. But this threshold is coming very close to us. And the reason for us to think that way is from those reports and how we understood more about those scientific reasons. That is the basis of those common understandings in the world. And in Japan, we have natural disasters and related disasters and incidents as well, and they are spreading in the world. So these climate changes are changing to terminologies like a climate crisis and breakdowns, and global warming are becoming global heating, and biodiversity loss are now being called Earth's sixth mass extinction. And by the way, the fifth mass extinction is when the dinosaurs were all dead after the ice age. And of course, we don't have the meteorite crashing the Earth, but it is said that we are going into the sixth mass extinction according to the IPBES report, the assessment report. And based upon that assessment, that is how people are calling for this kind of mass extinction. Now we are feeling this pressing situation, but what should we do? I'm sure that we are all thinking about that. And I would like to show you the donuts of social and planetary boundaries written by Kate Raworth. And the darker green, the central circle, is called the Society of Flora, the foundation, and food and water, health, houses, education, incomes are the ones that support society. And that is how we have the basis and foundation of the society. And the larger dark green circle is the environmental ceiling. And outside of that, you see items like environment and pollution. You see the circulation of nitrogen and phosphorus and chemical contamination and so on. So between those ceiling and the floor, the lighter green is the equitable and the safe space for human beings. In other words, those comprehensive and sustainable economic development should be done in this region. If we break the ceiling, then it would no longer be the safe and equitable space for human beings. And of course, we need the foundation, the floor for society. Can we pursue the well-being for human being in this limited area? And that is the challenge for us all. And here comes the SDGs. I might repeat myself, but we have to satisfy the needs of the future generation, but at the same time and also satisfy the needs of current generation as well. And although it is a sustainable development goals, according to the explanation I just made, there is no ultimate goal actually. So I'm not too sure if the word goal is an appropriate terminology or not. I prefer to call it indices rather than goals. Anyway, these 17 indices and goals, there are 17 of that. And these indexes or indices are mutually independent. We don't intend to reach these goals individually or separately. And as one example, you see in the right side, amongst those SDGs, there are different ones, including no poverty, zero hunger, and number 5 is gender equality, and number 8 is decent work and economic growth. But this 1, 2, 5, and 8, I'm sorry, my network is a little unstable. But this number 1, 2, 5, and 8, please imagine a society with all these indices are being realized. However, what about number 12, responsible consumption and production? If a society is not realizing this responsible consumption and production, then they would consume in mass and also would create large amount of garbage. So even if they eradicate poverty and hunger, if they still consume and produce in mass and without responsibility, then they're not a sustainable society. In other words, each one of the indices are not important, but we need to achieve them comprehensively in an integrated manner. Now, what are the roles that the cities and the regions could play? Now, we'd like to focus on population now. Currently, we have 7.8 billion people in the world. And by 2015, this would reach 9.7 billion. And actually, it was only in 1987 when the world population reached 5 billion. And it was in 1987 that SDGs were defined 34 years ago. So in just about 30 years from now, it will be double of that, about 10 billion. How should we think about this 10 billion as a number? Well, if we provide the world area equally to 10 billion, then the area per person will only be a little bigger than a baseball stadium. And about 30% of that will be glacier and barren lands, and 26% is forest, and 34% are being used for harvesting and livestock. So it's up to the individual to regard it being small or big, but this is the just about the size per person. Now, from the perspective of Japanese cities and regions, we are experiencing a rapid population decrease and aging, and also loss and decrease of the budgets. But we still need to maintain the current living standards. And also, we are very externally dependent on its resources, its food, timber, and energy self-sufficiency level is very low. And the fish catch and agricultural production are declining all along. And we have been receiving the benefits of globalization of the economy and urbanization and also improvements of the production efficiency. But actually, these factors are increasing the risk of pandemic spread. That's how we are hearing about that. Based upon those aspects, a local government alone would not be able to solve those issues. And this is true for the central government. Japan alone will not be able to solve those challenges. So the local governments and citizens, we are being called to question ourselves what we should do. Now, this is our perspective. Of course, we need to do a collective improvement of environment, economy, and society. And it has to be low emission development and nature-based development. And of course, human beings are in the center of development, so it has to be equitable and people-centered development. And when there is climate change and the natural disasters, and we have to be resilient against those events. And I did talk about resources, but we have to aim for circular development as well. Those 5 pathways have to be taken by the cities and regions, we believe. And for your information, the Biden administration is focusing on the climate change policy as much as its diplomatic and security policy. And in his first diplomatic policy speech, he mentioned that there's no clear border in between diplomatic and domestic policy. There are many factors and interpretation behind it. But the one thing we can say is that in the current society, whenever we try to solve the international problems, they are becoming more and more the solution on local levels. That's how we should interpret them. And that's the perspective of American government as well as the Japanese and the local governments in Japan, including city of Toyota. I changed my perspective a little bit, but regarding this COVID-19, what kind of impact is that pandemic giving us? Well, at ICLEI, we are the local government network, and according to the information we collected, including the base learnings of the local governments, I would like to say as follows. Now there's a change in the lifestyles, including the remote and online works. So the urban design is changing. We used to think more of the compact city as the focus, but conversely, we now have to do more of the urban designing or urban planning to avert the population dense risk and also to alleviate congestion. There are more and more needs for that. And also the mass transit, people are discussing more on the ideal style of the mass transit because we need design to avoid the extensive congestion. And the infectious diseases would always happen. So the digital transformation and the investments for digitalization will be indispensable. And this is the common understanding of local governments. Digitalization of public service will be necessary, and we need to promote them. However, when we think about sustainability of cities, we would have to include diverse perspective. What I mean here is that it has to be human-centered and equitable development. By digitalizing ourselves, there will be some citizens who would be left behind, but that should not happen. So that kind of risk have to be considered. this means that there is higher needs for integrated approach. And those socially vulnerables are very susceptible. And we have this recognition anew. Therefore, by collecting and summarizing information on GIS, regardless of the participants and facilities and shops, we will be able to make a better prediction. So the society with a better balance of economic and society and economy are more resilient against risks because local governments and central governments and citizens, all these subjects are being asked to have this kind of the sense of balance. And by impact, with the impact of the COVID-19, these are other factors that we are receiving. The rest of the presentation for your reference. Those of you who are interested in ICLEI, please take a look. That's how we've been engaged in activities, and this concludes my part of the presentation. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much. That was a keynote lecture by Mr. Togo Uchida, Director of ICLEI Japan, the world we envisage under SDGs and the role of cities and regions. We are going to come back with the panel discussion mobility from 2:35. In the meantime, please enjoy the short video that features the 70th anniversary of the city. So please enjoy the video. Thank you very much.
おばあちゃん、ここはどこ
？70年前の豊田市なのや。
じゃあおばあちゃんは何歳だったの？
そうね、おばあちゃんは4歳。賑やかだったのなんとなく覚えてるわ。
豊田市って広い町になったんだね。世界中からお客さんが来たよね。
さてさて、どんな未来へとつながっているのかな。みんなこの街が大好きなのはこれからも変わらないわよね。
これは豊田市の70年を紡ぐ物語。
ここからのお時間はパネルディスカッションモビリティ分科会です。当ディスカッションはモビリティジャーナリストの楠田悦子様にファシリテーターをお務めいただき、パネリストとして太田俊彦豊田市長、トヨタ自動車株式会社トヨタゼブファクトリー副本部長豊島浩二様、名古屋大学未来社会創造機構モビリティ社会研究所教授、名古屋大学 COI 研究リーダー森川孝之様、以上の皆様にご参加いただき、アフター・ウィズ・コロナ禍での地方都市におけるモビリティの在り方と題して討論いただきます。それではファシリテーターの楠田様、よろしくお願いいたします。
Good afternoon. I'm a mobility journalist, Etsuko Kusuda. I'd like to ask for your kind cooperation. Let me introduce what I do from the perspective of redesign of the life and the society and create mobility and change. I studied the public transportation, mass, rural, autonomous mobility, and the road infrastructure and social system. Today, taking the Toyota City as a field, we would like to think together about our daily life and the mobility and its future vision in the Toyota City with the key terms of the after and with the COVID-19, disaster mitigation and preparedness, outing and lots of mobility.
So let me now introduce to you the panelists we have today. And in advance of the panel discussion, the other day I did interview the city of Toyota as part of their SDGs initiatives. I went there by car and it took more than an hour, and it was a very vast area of land that they have. And at the same time, during the autumn times, they have the colored maple leaves, and I really look forward to visit again Toyota, and they are really focusing on the tourism as well. It's not just only the EVs, but also the hybrid vehicles as well as the plug-in hybrid vehicles that are being used as part of the external outdoor power supply, and they are coming to become a very robust municipality for disaster response, and they are also having the Satomobi Life project as part of the helping out of the elderly people in the walking area, and these are all the interesting initiatives that the city of Toyota is having. So now let us ask the mayor to give us a detailed talk on their initiatives. So let me share some information. Hold on, please. Hello, Agree. This is Ota, the mayor, and I will be touching on the actual case study, so the entire floor might not be united. And you see the C-Pod project, and I will be touching on this later on. And during the COVID pandemic, when we try to link about what we can do, it always has to do with avoiding the 3 C's, and also to provide services, and also for the disaster responses. That means if in case you have to evacuate for some reasons during the pandemic, how can we utilize the outdoor power supply? These are the initiatives that we are working on. Now, let me tell you about the T-Cargo we have. It is a delivery services that we have been providing meeting. And as it was introduced earlier, Toyota City is a big city, and that is why bicycles can't cover everywhere. And when we think of these delivery services, we want to have this covered in the entire area, and that is why we have this car called the iRoad, and we are carrying out a verification project, or a POC, and you can easily make an order of your food via a website, and then you get your food being delivered. And this is the outdoor power supply project called the Sakura project, and you'll find the further details later on. And using this next generation vehicle for outdoor power supply on the commercial base, it secures your house or home power supply. These are the promo words that are often being said. Of course, that is part of our project, but at Toyota City, what is unique is that we want to utilize this as part of the social infrastructure. That means, for example, in Toyota City, we do have some mountainous area, and in the mountainous area, we do have to think about the evacuation areas and how can we secure power supply. That is a very big challenge we are facing. And for example, to have a solar panel and to have the battery cells, that is going to be requiring a big investment. But if we can have this kind of mobile outdoor power supply next generation vehicle to run to the evacuation area, that will help the people, and that is going to be a running power generator. Maybe that is the kind of thing we can come up with. So we would like to spread this kind of cars and vehicles to make it used as part of the social infrastructure. That is the aim of this project. And we also are trying to utilize the mobility as part of solving the local issues. One is this C+ pod or C pod, which has been launched by Toyota Motor Corporation recently. It is a limited sale, so it is not easily available in the market. Toyota Motor has a partnership with Toshiba. No, they are having already 11 cars in ahead as part of the pilot. And the background is there is a factor behind here, because in the case of Toyota City, we know that in the near future we will be having an explosive population of the elderly people. And we need to get prepared for that. And we have to come up with a way or establish a foundation for home visit medical services. And otherwise, our city will not survive. And for us to achieve this, we need the doctors or the nurses to visit the patient's house. And the vehicle, in the old days, were using the first generation Mirai car. But this Mirai, people are saying that the home visit medical services should be with the Mirai car, and that was the initial objective we had. But when we started to use the Mirai vehicle, we found out that many of the roads are narrow, or it was very hard to secure a parking space. So we found out that there are many issues. So we found out that it's better to have a simple and compact car for home visit medical services. That is the conclusion we found out, or we reached. And through the partnership with Toyota Motors, we came up with this. So that is why this is an electric vehicle. And therefore, during the night time, to go to the residential areas, it wouldn't make noise. And we don't have to also worry about the parking space, and it is really compact and easy to move around. That is the benefits of this car. And on the right side, you see this single mobility vehicle, and this has been developed as part of the walking distance vehicle, but now we are trying to utilize this for rehab or rehabilitation, and this helps one to maintain the balance of the car and to have fun by getting on these vehicles can also help the rehab patients to restore their functions, physical functions. And this is another initiative. This is a wheelchair equipped with the walking distance vehicle that I showed you earlier. So we just got the front part of that vehicle and we combined it or integrated with the wheelchair. There are a lot of hills and slopes in Toyota City, and this is a picture showing the road from Toyota Station to the Toyota Stadium, and there is a big slope up and down here. And with this assisting vehicle, wheelchair users can easily move from one place to another freely based on their own will. And this is really highly received. And this is what I mentioned earlier, the Sato Mobi Life project. And this initiative is a very interesting thing, or I'd say that this is a project with all the elderly people being involved as stakeholders, and they are living in the mountainous areas, but they can't get rid of their cars. But they can't easily return their driving license just because they get old. And that's the time we thought that we could come up with something, because if we come up with a car which allows many people to get on or to be having a high speed, that is not what the elderly people need actually, because usually they just ride the car on their own. They don't have to have speed and they don't have to travel a long distance. All they have to do is to secure safety and to be able to move through the narrow roads. That's the kind of vehicle or mobility or transport that they are wanting, and these are the needs. And we just found out that this COMS was a perfect match for their needs. And there are two unique features here. One is that, as you can see in this picture, we have revamped the car. So that means this car can be revamped to match the lifestyle of each of the users or the elderly people. On the right top, you see this gentleman trying to cut the timbers or the logs that he has cut. So that's why the back side, the rear side of the vehicle has been revamped. And the right bottom, you see this couple, this old couple, and they want to go out as a couple, two of them. So that is why we revamped the vehicle from a one-seater to a two-seater. And in this way, we can have the vehicle being revamped and modified according to the lifestyle of these people. And another feature I should mention is that we have limited the speed up to 30 kilometers per hour, because these people are not wanting to travel fast. And by having the vehicle to limit up to 30 kilometers per hour, we can also reduce the risk of the traffic accidents, and also the family members of these people will also be supportive in allowing their parents or the grandparents to ride these vehicles. And these are the outstanding features of the COMS in this project. And we know that various municipalities are having different needs, and we were thinking how we could utilize these compact mobility transport. And we thought it could be good to build a partnership across different municipalities. And Toyota City is taking the leadership here. We have over 10 municipalities joining this network, and each of the municipalities have different pain points. And for us to solve these challenges, we want to make use of this next generation mobility. And if this is really becoming a real big success, we will be able to roll this out to other areas. So we would like to cherish these activities, initiatives, and to come up with new ways and more ways of the use of mobility. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Ota. Various needs of mobility and various usage were introduced. And the good partner of the Toyota City is a TMC, Toyota Motor Corporation. The various next generation car is being explored, developed. Will all the cars on the road be EVs? And how to secure the mobility means for the elderly. Mobility for all, the TMC mobility companies, the goals and the target. How are you going to achieve? Thank you for introduction. And now we'd like to share my PowerPoints. Can you see it? Yes, thank you. I am Koji Toyoshima, the Deputy Chief Officer of the Toyota ZEV factory of the TMC. As Mayor Otter's the talk was covering some of my speech, so I will be very brief. This is the concept of our eco cars, and there are three the concepts. First, the energy saving, and secondly, the response to the diversity of the fuels, and thirdly, the eco vehicle can contribute to the environment and for the when the population the vehicle population spread in the market. So there was a question that will all the vehicles in the market be EVs? No, I would say. Well, in the distant future, it may be so. However, the right vehicles in the right usage will require the different alternatives. For example, in the Nordic countries where the renewable energy is the abundant, they will use the renewable energy for their mobility needs as well. However, we have diversity, and we need to consider the area or the market where the electricity is not readily available for all the EVs, and also the vehicle size and the optimum range of the distance. And hybrid PHV, we need to have them for the longer distance, and in the FCV service area, of course, the CV usage also will be there. After Corona, the logistics demand will only increase. Therefore, we need to meet those the physical distribution need with the eco cards like the FCV. In 1997, Toyota launched the Prius, the first mass-produced the HVs, and control unit, batteries, motors. Technological development have been continuing. By utilizing them, we think that we can make a better contribution in the global market. I will come to this another the role of the EVs. Electrified vehicles. Once again, the electrified vehicles have the motor generators and the batteries or the storage batteries. Therefore, you can utilize them at the time of the disaster for the power supply. The Prius and PHV, HV, PHV, these the Prius and Prius PHV have now the standard equipment of the power supply. And the other day, we they launched the new Mirai, the next generation Mirai. Therefore, with the wider use of these the models will give the alternatives for the power supply. As a mobility company, TMC has another approach. You usually have the driver's license and then become able to the driver of the the vehicles, not only the Toyota brand, but you can the manufacturer can have the touch point with the drivers. However, when you decided to give up on your driver's license, our relation will be terminated. But that's too sorry. Therefore, we would like to provide various mobility means so that the people can enjoy the the use of the mobility means at their will. Now, the C part or the C plus part, this is ultra compact, the BEV or the battery EV. It is power saving, and you can park 2 C pods at one regular car parking place. The range is 150 kilometers per charge. Therefore, the daily shopping or the visiting a home for the medical purposes or the medicine at home purposes, visit will can use the seatbelt, have the autonomous braking, and with the safety the functions like pre-crash safety the systems, it will contribute to the safety and peace of mind. And again, it can be used for the power supply source. At a time of emergency, you can charge your smartphones and other appliances that is indispensable for your daily use. And also, we've they launched these the mini vehicles, the seated type, and they are working distance the EVs for standing and seated position, and with a connection to the wheelchair. This the widening of the alternative is a TMC concept.
Now let us welcome Professor Morikawa. Professor Morikawa says that there has been a lot of issues in Toyota, and we want to target a mobility society that the elderly people can get more vigorous, and that is why Professor has been looking into blending the new means of transport and to come up with the diversified way of self-driving and autonomous driving. The floor is yours. This is Professor Morikawa. Let me start to make a short introduction of myself. First of all, the Center of Innovation is an initiative that we at Nagoya University is working together with the city of Toyota, so I would like to start touching on from that. And the COI is an innovation hub where people can get connected, and we want to create a mobility society where the elderly becomes vigorous, so that the elderly people can go to anywhere as they like, and to make our society much more vigorous. And they are already participating organizations. Of course, we have Toyota Motor, we have the city of Toyota, and we also have other businesses and the municipalities. And the project leader is Mr. Kuroyanagi from Toyota Motor, and on the academe side, I am the leader. And this shows how we would like to achieve a mobility society, and we have 3 pillars: human base, vehicle base, and society base. And these are the technology that we are developing. Today, I will be focusing on the mobility blend, which Kusuda-san introduced earlier, the new services that we have, and the self-driving or the autonomous driving, and how we are achieving this in a model community like Toyota City. And when we think about mobility blend, it helps people living in the mountainous area, as well as the old new town, as well as the rural areas. And we also have the word MaaS, mobility as a service, and it's the same kind of concept we have here. And when we say the word blend, this is the key. And in areas where it is inconvenient to travel, we also have the means of transport like bus or community buses, but we are bringing in a new means of transport. So we blend these mobility, and by doing so, we have this case that means connected, autonomous, shared, and electrified. These are the words that stand for CASE. So we want to blend the CASE means of transport and the existing means of transport in these areas. And by doing so, we think that we'll be able to come up with an innovation of transport system that is not disruptive. And in this mobility blend, in the CASE framework, we have this autonomous driving, or we call it the slow local self-driving system. And for us to achieve this society as early as possible, we would like to achieve a level 3 and 4 autonomous driving with a low speed. And we have revamped the comms, the slow comms, and we also have the electric golf cart, slow cars, and we have also revamped the Toyota Alphard. This is the van, and we also have the 8-seater electric bus, which is called the Slocal minibus, and these are being ready-made, and we are now carrying out a proof of concept. And as part of the model community, we have these districts in the mountainous area: Asuke, Asahi, and Inabu. More than 50% of the population are the elderly in these areas. And I think this is a common issue that many of the mountainous areas in Japan have. Public transport is very inconvenient, and the last mile issue does exist. And these are where we want to bring in the mobility blend initiatives. We have the hospitals, the city offices, or the town offices and supermarkets. And at the same time, we have the community areas, and we also have the residences surrounding those areas. And the existing means of transport is, for example, the community bus or the taxis. And these are where we bring the mobility spot or the mobility center. And we bring in the case framework vehicle. And in Asuka City, we came up with this ride-share service to help narrow the gap of the last mile issue. And of course, the community bus is also inconvenient, and that is why we also try to bring in this ride-share for areas like the hospitals. And when the matchmaking can't be achieved, we also ask the local taxi companies to allow a ride-share to be achieved. These are how we are blending the vehicles, and by bringing in a hint of ICT, we can have the elderly people to use our services very easily. And we are also carrying out the POC of this local self-driving system. And at the end, we would like to have these ride shares to be replaced by these local self-driving systems. And this was the first topic from my side.
Thank you very much, Professor Morikawa. Now we'd like to open the floor for the panel discussion. After and with Corona, the disaster preparedness, the lacking mobility and the needed mobility, and the health care. I think that you are all acquainted with each other, in your work. So, I will steer the discussion. But if you have anything to say, please do not hesitate to, have your voice. Now, first, since this is an international symposium, we will, introduce Japan's, situation as well. Today is March 6, 2021. The March 11th, 10 years ago, Japan suffered the great, the East Japan earthquake, and just before the 10 years, since the great earthquake, the same area was, affected by the seismic scale of 6 earthquake, and we were shaken again. So the first topic, I'd like to ask Mr. Toyoshima the usage of the vehicle, the EV, the power supply, EV as a power supply source. The HV and PHVs, the storage battery function was what I am not aware of. Therefore, not only BEV, but the HV and PHVs feature and its function as the source of the power supply. And, Mr. Ota, the mayor, talked about the Sakura project. So would you please relate the relevance of this? First, we have been engaged in the vehicle as a power source. And please, watch the short video clip. Even if your town suffers blackout, if you have a car, you still can use the electricity. Toyota's, the relieving power supply. you suddenly face the power outage as the natural disaster increase. The smartphone and home appliances all needs electricity. So you will suddenly face the deprivation of your daily life. However, if you have a car, you can use them as the source of supply. That is Toyota's, the emergency power supply. As the mobile power supply, you can have access to the electricity in your own, the house parking lot and garage. Maximum 1,500 watts is available for heating and cooling, lighting and preparing your food and information gathering. If 400 watt consumption, that will good for 4.5 days for the average family electricity, and that will give you a peace of mind. So, hybrid, HV and PHV, and including FC. So other than BEV or the battery EV, those they drive trains with the engine and the motor generator and the storage battery. Although the volume or the capacity is not that large, but while you are using the electricity from the power from the storage battery, if you need more, you can use the start the engine for the more the electricity, and when the SOC is depleted, then you can have no more energy, and the BEV can be used while the need the demand lasts only short time. However, like if you need the more charge, like the HV PEV can have about 5 liter in the fuel tank, so you can increase the power supply by using the engine. And another lesson that we learned from the March 11th Great East Japan earthquake, I think the model it was a steamer, and a steamer was used for the power supply for the smartphone, and that was of great help, and that triggered this project of increasing the HV, PHV as a power source. Thank you. So with the gasoline engine, you can generate the extra, the power or the electricity. For the BEV, the source of the power supply is the only storage battery, and it will be depleted. Thank you very much. Another thing, at the time of the earthquake, like there was the regulation of the idling, and we cannot, broadly, communicate, the use of, this gasoline engine used for the electricity, and that's why we approached Toyota City Mayor Ota to launch a Sakura project. I hope that, including myself, those the driving hybrid at the time of the earthquake or the typhoon and the flooding of the torrential rain. Now I'd like to ask Mr. Ota.
So can we ask you about further initiatives that on how, if the hybrid cars can be used for any kind of disaster, what can be possible? What can become possible? And this is Ota speaking. Excuse me, I was on mute. I would say someone told me that Toyota Motor makes 640,000 hybrid cars every year and is selling it domestically. And when we say 640,000, that means one is 1,500 kilowatts. That means all in all, we will be able to produce 1 million kilowatts of power. And this is equivalent to nuclear power plant generation. I don't know if I should say this, but in case if we go back to 10 years ago after the 3/11, if we were able to come up with this kind of ideas, today, 10 years from now, probably the way we look into society might have been much different. That's what I was thinking. And when we think of that, even in Toyota, of course, we have a lot of hybrid cars, and the municipal government cars are also, many of them are hybrid cars. In case of a disaster or emergency, we have to know where these cars are available and which area needs what kind of things. And we have to be able to match the needs, demand and supply. Currently, we can't do this. So we are not being able to detect which evacuation areas need what kind, how many vehicles, and where these vehicles are available. So we want to develop an app that can do this kind of matchmaking. We've been starting this initiative since a couple of years ago, and this is really difficult. But one day in the future, we have to be able to achieve this. Otherwise, even if we do have these hybrid cars as a government position, if we can't utilize this, that is going to be not meaningful. But at least what we can do now is that in the mountainous or the hilly areas, in case of any natural disaster, we can expect many things that can be happening. And for areas that we expect risks, we want to encourage these people living in these hilling areas to purchase these vehicles, or we can encourage the school teachers to purchase these cars so that they can be prepared from daily times and usual times. And that is the kind of thought I have in mind. Thank you very much.
Also, I was thinking of, you purchase the electrified vehicle or the HV, PHV, but if you do not know how to, connect them with the power, the supply, the devices, you need some training, okay? So, maybe you need to practice, in the daily life, when it is not in an emergency. Also, the cooperation across the manufacturers, like the common platform or the common device, may be important.
And again, a question to you, Mr. Mayor. The hybrid cars do not have the outsourced power supply. That's what I heard. Some of those do not have this kind of supply. Is there any way to get over this? Mayor speaking. Actually, I am using a Prius, and we didn't have the power supply function at first when I bought it. But then I was told that we can't go retrospective, and it was an optional. And currently, it is already commercialized. But I would like to, when I buy a new car, I want to make sure to have this kind of functions. So you can have this kind of power supply functions as a retrofit, right? Okay. So I would like to ask everyone to check your cars again. And Professor Morikawa, how about the roles of the mobilities in times of disaster? Well, yes, Morikawa speaking. There are two key highlights. One is to escape or to evacuate. Second is to relieve or save someone, whether it be an earthquake or a tsunami. Railways or buses, these public transports would not be available. Of course, during ordinary times, these are really helpful to carry many people at a time efficiently, but in case of emergency, these public transport systems are really vulnerable, and we really got to know in the Tohoku earthquake the other day, even if we do have the seismic systems, the Shinkansen bullet train will stop. And that is why when we evacuate, we really have to think of the individual means of transportation. It could be walking, bicycles, or my private cars. But when we go back to 10 years ago in the March 11, those who, as we saw, those who evacuated from tsunami, if everyone tries to go by car, we will have a congestion. So those who can walk should walk, and those who can't walk should evacuate by car. I think this kind of drill is really needed, and we also be using trucks. So again, vehicles would be important. And then when we look into the evacuation area or or the disaster centers, if the roads will be destroyed, we will not be able to have these trucks to go from one place to another. So the infrastructure around the shelters or the disaster centers will also be important. And this, I think, are the key issues that we have to think in terms of the mobility, in terms of disaster. Thank you.
Thank you for your input. Now, we can talk on and on about the disaster preparedness, but let me move on to the next theme. That is, under the emergency declaration due to the COVID pandemic, we would like to touch upon the effect or the influence or the impact of the COVID pandemic. The with and after Corona, outing and health. In Japan, the restriction is eased step by step, and it's said that the vaccination for the elderly will start from April 12th. But now we are amid of the COVID-19 for more than 1 year, and that affected our way of working and way of living drastically. And I would like to ask about the impact, Mr. Toyoshima. What is the impact of your, the way of working at the company? As the car manufacturers, we have different, jobs in the company. Or the total auto industry, those, they work from home. They can also, they exist. However, we are manufacturers and we have to work online. There is the physical, production line or the real world has to, they continue working. Therefore, we need to take utmost care when the employee has to use the public transportation systems. Maybe you can choose the hour which is not busy. However, the plant production lines operation hour is, defined. Therefore, most of the plant workers uses their personal mobility means cars. Those office workers, we advise them to work from home, and the company try to provide the remote work, the environment as much as possible, so that the workload or the, the stressful environment can be removed. Therefore, the TMC as a company, we try to give the consideration to the different jobs.
So the moderator speaking, I would like to ask you, Professor Morikawa, when we think of the mobility blend, what would be the impact created in the education area? Yes, Morikawa speaking. I am giving lectures in the university. Well, this academic year, or starting April, everything was online. All the lectures were carried out online. And compared to face-to-face communication, of course, there are limited communication. So we were concerned that the quality of the education was lower. But on the other hand, there are good parts because the students don't have to come to the campus and they can still receive the lectures. In the graduate school of the Nagoya University, half of the students are overseas students, and they were admitted, but their government closed their borders. And that's why, as of April last year, many of the students, overseas students, weren't able to come to Japan, and that would be a big issue. But because we turned out all the lectures to online, these students were able to earn credits, even staying from home and getting lectures from home. And as for the ASKE project that I mentioned earlier, the elderlies really need to go out, and we want them to be healthy, both physically and mentally, and this has been proven medically. And last year in spring, of course, we had to suspend the rideshare services because they are the elderly. We don't want them to be infected. And I think that temporarily the cases of going out did lower. But anyway, we didn't see any health impact. And back in autumn, we resumed the rideshare services. And these elderly people living in the hilly areas are now using these services. That's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you for your input. Due to the COVID pandemic, there are, of course, disadvantages. But as the first, remark of the SDGs said that the BBB or the build the better the back, build back better, and the equality for the education and the educational opportunity is being affected, and hope that it will change to the better direction. What about Mr. Oda in Toyota City? What is the impact on the mobility of the citizens and the health of body and mind? How do you feel the change?
Yes, Ota speaking. The biggest concern I have is about the elderly people because they have to stay at home, and I'm worried that their physical strength will lower, or maybe something to do with the dementia, and that is what I'm really worried about. And that is why at the Toyota City we have been working on 2 initiatives. First is to utilize the social impact bound, and we want to carry out the daycare services. That means we got a donation of 500 million yen from a private sector, and we are utilizing this to provide further caregiving services as a government. And of course, we think many businesses will be coming out, but these require mobility, and that is why this is going to be the key for success. And the other point is, as I mentioned earlier, the rehabilitation. There are a lot of rehab patients, and their physical strengths are degrading, and we also want to come up with a rehabilitation robot. This is a new initiative that we have, and we are working together with the Fujita Medical Hospital, University, and Toyota Motor Corporation. And as I told you earlier, the one-seater walking distance mobility vehicle is something that we are coming up with, and this is how we are responding to the elderly issues, and also to combine this with the mobility services we have. Thank you very much.
From here on, and now we'd like to discuss about the outing and the health, especially focusing on the elderly population. After Corona, the mayor said that those who are elderly and the population with the impairment, if they are forced to stay at home, the frail is the point of concern, and the safe the mobility means for them is very important or the crucial. I would like to ask Mr. Toyoshima, in your development the activities, have you ever thought about your own the elderly life, and also about your family experience? You said that in the development you thought about the lasting mobility means to the end of your life, and I think that considering your employees the commuting the means as well. So what is your aspiration for the mobility means going forward? That's not that extravagant, but as I said earlier, when you have the driver's license, but at one time in your life you have to return or give up your driver's license, that gives you a kind of mind the pressure. I am also the citizen of the Toyota City, and the Toyota City environment, unless you have a car, you can't live the normal daily life. You are laughing, but it is true. So as a citizen of the Toyota City, I need the means of transportation considering my own life. I don't want to give up on my driver's license, and how I can extend the use of my driver's license. And among my family, some of the members, I have a grandma, who is too old to drive. In the early elderly ages, she went out for shopping with the grandpa, but grandpa they passed away, and she doesn't have a driver and uses the bicycle, but it's too dangerous. And now she is going out for shopping only, occasionally at the nearby corp shop. But she actually wants to go out more frequently. If I could have stayed home, I could have, accompanied her going out. However, it's not possible under the current situation, and it will be my own life in the coming decades. So I have and I share the sense of crisis. Therefore, that's why we try to think about various means of the transportation that could be used without driver's license or with a safe use. And in the past, we did not have such mobility variety. For example, the standing, position, the tricycle, it is not regulated, but it is out of regulation. So we will be violating the current transportation rule if we use it on the public road. But going forward, as we need more variety of means that will be truthfully helpful for the person's their life and happiness, then as the manufacturers of mobility means, we have to advocate these things as well as the developing the technical means, and also those the hard to understand means like the power the supply is the vehicle as a power supply, and if you cannot have the production of the scale of economy, you cannot effectively reduce the cost. But we will continue to reduce the cost so that it will become affordable for the wider the range of the population. And we now do the kind of reach out type the explanation and sales using our own product vehicle.
Thank you, Mr. Toyoshima. As I mentioned earlier, my grandma myself is now facing the issue of whether to return her driver's license or not, and soon she will have to do that. But if she returns or gives us her license, she would have no means of transport. And that's why I personally do hope that these cars would be penetrating. So when would we be able to buy on the consumer end? Is there anything that we could do on the consumer side, or is there anything that the municipalities can do, or anything that the society could do? Well, still these things are expensive, and they are not cars yet, I'd say. They are below cars in terms of the standards, and there are many things that still is unclear. And that is why we have to limit the usability, and we have to build a way together. And that is why we are carrying out these initiatives. And from next year, or let's say April 2021, we will also launch these models for citizens as well. And we hope that Toyota City and also other private sector would be joining us more so that we can really get sure and be clear and to improve the usability. I'm sure everyone is going to back up your initiatives. Kusuda speaking. Toyoshima speaking.
At Toyota.jp, we have the voices of the customers. And as Ms. Kusuda said earlier, what I am very much concerned is that those who have been who were who suffers the Parkinson's disease and who thought that who was not able to drive the car, but he said that with this mobility of mobility system of the Toyota, I think I can drive it. So I think these the feedback is very important, and we like to reflect the consumers and the users' voice on our development. Thank you. As the manufacturers, the voice of the customer that they need to be bundled and that need to increase in order to reduce the cost and in order to allow the sales for the general public. Okay, so I would like to ask the general public or the participants to give the feedback.
Now, this is a question to you, Professor Morikawa. There are people who want to travel by themselves, but at the end they have to ask someone to give them a ride or to use a public transportation. And I think, of course, this is another important aspect. But in the COI project that you mentioned earlier, in the post-COVID times, how do you think we will be able to secure these mobility means? Morikawa speaking. Let me just add some information using the PowerPoint slide decks. And COI project will end next fiscal year. And now we are working on the post-COI project together with the city of Toyota. This is an illustration that I personally made. So this is the typical kind of life we have. You see the green color on the left side showing the nature. The right side, the yellow part, is the city life. So if you're working for a company, you have to commute to your office in a traffic junction for congestion for 5 days a week. And maybe you go out for dining twice a month. And 3 times a week, you have to go for grocery. And maybe if you want to go for fishing in the rivers, it's going to be just like once a month. And on the other hand, the areas on the nature side would be having inconveniency, where the city life will be having more carbon dioxide emission as well as the car congestion. And this is a too typical thing, but I know these are the issues that we find. But what we want to do is to bring a renovation of digital transformation and to improve our lifestyle. For example, we can stay in a hilly area, or I'd say if you really do like the nature, you can stay in a mountainous area and you can go out for fishing to rivers anytime, or even before commuting to work or office, you could go fishing, and you only have to commute to office once a week, and the rest of the days you can go for remote working. And using the shared ride, you can go for dinings, and then even if you have a drink, you can have the autonomous driving to help you out go home. And for grocery, maybe you can have once a week, and then for the rest of the times, you can have your food produced to be delivered. And in this way, we can also have a stress-free life and reduce the carbon emission and have a much convenient and stress-less life. This is the kind of lifestyle I think would be more idealistic, but this is not easy to achieve. So what does it take to achieve this? Of course, Toyota City has both the urban side and the rural side, but we really don't know the attractions or the good parts of both sides. So we want people to get to know about that, and we also have to promote the ways of change of ways of living as well as the remote work. And we also mentioned about the home visit medical services. That's another thing we have to do, as well as the automation of the transport between people and things. And we also don't want to be too much independent on the global currency. So we want to come up with a hybrid economic system that combines the global and the local. And this is what I mean by the post-COI project. And this is a hub that we want to come up, and this is part of the Ministry of Education and Nagoya University as well as the Toyota City. And we are trying to come up with a development side project. So regardless of your area of living, we want everyone to come up with an enriched life, and that is the kind of social platform we would like to build, which is resilient. So if you want to live in an urban area, you could do that. If you want to live in a semi-urban area, you could do that. And we want to make sure to control everyone's movement and to provide services as well as education. Education can be provided online. And of course, mobility here also plays an important role. So we want to also automate these transports, and not only just focusing on the ride shares, but a big full capacity mobility or means of transportation is the kind of thing that we would like to achieve in this post-COI project. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Morikawa. Well, we are running out of time. In conclusion, I would like to ask Mayor Ota about the discussion that we've just had, and in response to the change in the life in a Toyota City, what do you think is needed for the the vision, the mobility, the services and social systems, and the hardware side, the road systems. These need to be further developed. I know there are a host of issues, but what is your priority and your vision?
Yes, also speaking, when it comes to mobility systems and services, these are the things that we will continue to work with, like with Professor Morikawa and Toyoshima-san. On the other hand, on the government side, what we have to really work further is the SDGs, to leave no one behind. And how should we perceive this? That is what I often think of. And what I usually think is that first thing first, we have to cherish ourselves. I think that's the starting point. Second, to cherish your family members, your neighborhood, your community members. And we should start things from locally and to cherish and to keep everything in that way. And in the end, we will be able to achieve so that no one will be left behind. And in case, or by the time we'll be able to come up with this, well, I think in the old days, people were living in that style or that way. And if we'll be able to recover that kind of lifestyle, we will also be able to solve these mobility issues. And I think we will be able to perceive this in a different way. On the other hand, of course, we have to continue to work on improving and developing these systems as well as the mobility. And at the same time, we have to cherish ourselves, our family members, our neighbors, our community. And I think to have an ambidextrous style is going to be really important. And just let me add on one more thing to Toyoshima-san from Toyota Motor. We have 26 railway stations in Toyota City. And within a 1 kilometer radius, if you're living in or within 500-meter radius of bus stops, 83% of the population of Toyota City is living in a very convenient areas. So at least they are living within a 1 kilometer radius to a station or 500 meter to a bus stop. So it's easy. So that means I'm trying to say that people just end up using cars because it's much more convenient. And that doesn't mean that Toyota City is lacking social infrastructure. We do have transport systems. So, Mr. Toyoshima, you did mention that you can't live in Toyota without a car, but I just wanted to correct your statement. Toyoshima speaking, apologies for that. Anyway, Mayor speaking, thank you.
Thank you very much. Toyota City has the public transportation and your own cars. So each have the differentiated usage. I am looking forward to the future of Toyota City. Now, we would like to close the mobility session. Thank you for your cooperation. Ms. Kusuda and the panelists, Mr. Oda, Mr. Professor Morikawa, and Mr. Toyoshima, thank you very much. The mobility in a local city with and after Corona, the session was, closed. The wellness session is going to start, at 15:40 or the 3:40. The panel until then, we will introduce Toyota Eco-Full Town. The theme of building the normal in the future, the various advanced technology or the leading edge technology can be experienced. Now, please enjoy the Toyota Eco-Full Town short video.
は2012年に愛知県豊田市の取り組みや先端環境技術の紹介をする情報発信拠点としてオープンしました。オープン以来119の国と地域から約30万人の方にお越しいただいています。2018年には SDGs 達成に向けた取り組みを先導的に進めていく自治体である SDGs 未来都市に豊田市が選定されたことを受け、翌年2019年にトヨタエコフルタウンはパビリオンをリニューアル。これまでの環境への取り組みや技術だけではなく、持続可能な豊かな暮らしを目指して10年先、50年先を見据えた豊田市の取り組みや先進技術の情報発信拠点へと生まれ変わりました。 本日はリニューアルしたパビリオンを中心にトヨタエコフルタウンをご紹介します。パビリオンは豊田市の歴史や特色、持続可能なまちづくりを目指した取り組みなどを紹介するコンセプトゾーンと、展示、セミナー、ワークショップなどさまざまな形で活用が可能なプロジェクトゾーンで構成されています。触れる地球は触って自分の手で回せる次世代のデジタル地球儀。リアルタイムの地球の様子や世界規模の社会課題を体感できます。トヨタマッピングビジョンは豊田市のこれまでを豊田市の形をした模型に映し出します。産業だけにとどまらない農産物や観光資源などの多彩な魅力を分かりやすく紹介します。こちらでは SDGs 未来都市トヨタの具体的な取り組み事例をご紹介。ボックスを開けると様々な取り組みに出会うことができます。こちらのゾーンでは先進技術の開発や実証を担う豊田市つながる社会実証推進協議会の活動内容や50年後のビジョン、それに向けた今後10年間の活動などを紹介しています。トヨタタイムトリップは豊田市の今と未来をご覧いただけます。壁面に描かれた現在の豊田市のイラストにタブレットをかざすと50年後の豊田市の様子を覗くことができます。トヨタエコフルタウンでは新しい生活様式にも対応したリモートガイドツアーを実施しております。これまでご来場の難しかった遠方の方でもご自宅や学校、職場からでも気軽にご参加いただけるツアーですので、ホームページからのご予約をお待ちしております。
Thank you very much for your patience. Next is a wellness session, which is a panel discussion. For this, we have asked Ms. Maki Tsubai from JUCOS to serve as a facilitator under the title of We Love Toyota. We ask Toyota SDGs partners to report on their activities. With this, we would like to give the floor to Ms. Tsubai, the facilitator. Thank you very much for that introduction. This is Tsubai from JUCOS. Our theme here is We Love Toyota City initiative promoted by Toyota SDGs partners. In this session, we are going to introduce you our working activities we have conducted together with the Toyota SDGs partners, who are all great lovers of Toyota City. Sorry. Thank you. And this is the agenda of our session today. What are the Toyota SDGs partners? What sort of working activities we did? And what are the people-to-people connection created by SDGs and Toyota's future that we envisage? Please enjoy the program, although the time is only just 1 hour. In this wellness part, because our working activities are primarily discussion, we also would like you to type in your comment and make it participatory, because we were able to be benefited by the diverse opinions of many people. We were able to generate new ideas and initiatives, and therefore we would like you to feel the same atmosphere. So the viewers who are encouraged to type in your comments and questions, we might be able to share your comments and questions. So please use the chat function. However, unfortunately, the YouTube viewers are not able to participate, and therefore, please send your questionnaire if you have questions and comments. I want to make this a really active, interactive session, so I have prepared the icebreaker question. That is, what is it that you like about Toyota? What places you like in Toyota? Because our title is We Love Toyota, I'd like you to hear your image about the city. What is it that you like about Toyota? For example, natural beauty or great local foods or the characteristics of local people. Anything is okay. We welcome your comments. Well, actually, SDGs partners are also with me. I'd like to introduce them to you. Hello to everyone. It looks like I am more nervous than you. You all look great and relaxed. But anyway, while we are waiting for comments, please make me relaxed. What part of Toyota, what places do you like about Toyota? I want to ask some of you. The Mikawa no Yama, the power. Please unmute yourself. Well, I'm working in the mountainous area, so the Toyota, because of the merger with the adjacent cities, it became a large city, but we still have a lot of greenery, so I love greenery and forest. Hayashi-san of Matsuzakaya Department Store. How about you? Yes, this is Hayashi of Matsuzakaya Store. Well, I came here about 1 year ago as an employee of Matsuzakaya, and I like local customers. They are very friendly and nice to me. That's all. Thank you very much. And then let's go to one more. Let's see. Suzuki-san of the Junior Chamber of Toyota. I also like the mountain and therefore the beautiful scenery, particularly the hilly area. I like that. Yes, it's a good idea to do the cycling. I mean, the scenery is so beautiful in mountainous area and hilly area. Thank you very much. Well, I think you were able to relax me. Thank you very much for your cooperation. So, the Toyota, I asked what do you like about Toyota and what places you like. As you have mentioned, actually, about 70% of the total area is still occupied by forests. So we have lots of nature, and we have the manufacturing activities because of the Toyota Motor Corporation. But other than that, for example, in 2009, we were selected as an environmental model city by the government, and at the same time, we have been working on the social and economic activities as well as the manufacturing center. And in 2018, we were selected as SDGs Future Cities, and therefore, various initiatives so far were reorganized from the SDGs perspectives, and currently the city is working on all three fronts of economy, society, and environment in an integrated manner. So we are the center of the manufacturing activities, but at the same time, we are very much keen to the SDGs and active about the SDGs. Now, this Toyota City has started the SDGs partners. As I already mentioned, this partnership, so that we are able to achieve the SDGs and realize a sustainable city. So, what is this all about? From here, I'd like to invite Ms. Maeda from the Future City Planning and Policy Department of the City Hall to explain a bit more of this. So, Maeda-san, are you with us?
So please talk about this Toyota SDGs partner system. First of all, what kind of system is the Toyota SDGs partner? Yes, they are the companies and organizations who collaborated to solve regional issues together. They gathered for the purpose of educating and penetrating SDGs. tell us how this Toyota SDGs partner was started. Yes, as we heard, Toyota City was chosen to be the SDGs Future City in 2018. And since then, Toyota City has taken the central role to penetrate SDGs. But since it felt the limit, it started this partner system so that they can work together to do more communication activities. How many companies and organizations are part of it? Yes, we have companies and NPOs and financial institutions and schools have joined, and they exceed 200 in number. Wow, 200. Is it increasing? Yes. Some more organizations are applying, and it's very diverse and wide, covering companies and NPOs and financial institutions and schools. So is it very diverse? Yes. When you talk about SDGs, you might think that it's the companies who are tackling those, but actually the schools and other non-profitable organizations and financial institutions are also part of it. I see. Thank you very much. And you started a new initiative from last October. You gathered SDGs partners and then started your working group activities. And how did it happen? Yes. We started the working group activities hoping to communicate about the partners to the rest of the world at this SDGs International Conference. And we also hoped that partners could interconnect with each other beyond their expertise. And it was those who participated today who responded to this call. Wow, so your activities will be transmitted to around the world now. Right. Okay, so I hope you now know what this Toyota SDGs partner system. And we mentioned about this working group activities which started last October, and we now would like to talk about it more. What are those working sessions? Well, the mission of the working was collaboration and coordination. We gathered volunteers or volunteering organizations who registered online to Toyota SDGs partner and conducted online working group meetings from October. This was really the first chance that we could exchange information among partners. We try to look for any collaborative activities we can start anew and materialize them. That was our goal. More than or about 10 organizations joined this working group, and I joined myself as a facilitator. Very diverse in terms of business types and job types and company size and SDGs activities. We could not really imagine what kind of ideas would be generated. It was not easy to foresee. But I would like now to ask these partners how they led to join these working groups. On behalf of the joining partners, let's ask Suzuki-san from Suzuhiro Forklift. What was your expectation in joining? Yes, as the organization who engaged in the SDGs, we got registered to this system. And our objective was to exchange opinion who are interested in contributing in SDG activities, and we also wanted to enhance our networks. I think we can bring the strength together and we were able to have very good conversations with them. It's been very fruitful, but that was our expectation from the beginning. Thank you. I suppose you didn't have much chance to exchange opinions amongst partners before that. Yes, partly because of COVID-19 and also because we didn't have the actual sessions to get together. So this has been wonderful opportunities for us. Okay, another person, Suzuki-san from Sun Self. What kind of expectation did you have in joining? Yes. We were looking for the specific SDG activities, and we thought that maybe anything that could not be done alone would be achieved together. So that was very impressive. I see. I guess these collaborative activities could generate, new opportunities and expectations. Thank you. What about Hayashi-san from Matsuzakaya? What were your expectations? Yes, Matsuzakaya is trying to promote SDGs as the company. So we wanted to learn about the know-how and knowledges of the other partners. And because we are a department store, we are very local. So we thought this would be a wonderful opportunity for us to get together and exchange information and opinion with the local citizens and local communities. Thank you. So all these three partners wanted to connect with those other partners who had this common objective of SDG. Thank you. Now, let me explain about the specific flow of the working activities. As you can see on the slide, there are 3 steps in the working activities: knowing and deepening and materializing. Before the working started, there were not much opportunities for the partners to exchange opinions and information. So in the first step of knowing, they try to promote the information exchange and share what they want to realize in the future collaboratively. And then the next step was deepening. We narrowed down to 2 themes where the partners can exert their abilities the most, and then sought for the collaborative approach. And the third step was materializing. They discussed how to materialize these activities. So we started with the information exchange and then picked 2 themes, education and city building. And the third was to realize those activities into shape. It was a series of 6 working activities. In a very short time, we could not reach the 3rd stage of materializing, but they are still continuing with activities so that ultimately they can materialize these ideas. And in that sense, the result of those 6 working activities was that we were able to connect with each other, because as the time went by, those diverse partners who had different profiles and different SDG activities started to walk towards the same goal. And that is the biggest result we were able to reach. And the following 3 themes were chosen. The first one was the education and next generation development. They wanted the SDGs to become something more familiar for children. And the second was to create the models for disaster response by leveraging expertise of companies and organizations. And the last one was creating a mutual help meeting, wanting to create systems to help each other's troubles. Those are the three themes they picked to carry out brainstorming. Their next step is to materialize those collaborative ideas, but they really want the viewers to know what kind of intent and dreams that these partners organizations have who never used to work together before. So from now, we would like to move on to each theme. And let's ask them to share their challenges, purposes, and future and progress of their activities.
And for the viewers as well, if you have questions or comments, please type in by using a chat function. You could write an encouragement, or you may want to say that you can help something for them, or you may give them advice and suggestions. Any comment is welcome. And after each theme, we may be able to introduce the comments from the participants so that we'll be able to make it a real interactive session. So, SDGs partners, now is your part. So from now, we're going to ask each team to make a presentation. The education and disaster help team and also the mutual help team. I would like to go in this order. First is the next generation education and human resource development. Are you ready to start your presentation? Yes, we are ready. And then please start. Can I share the screen? Yes, please. Thank you. So this is a theme about the next generation education, and they want to familiarize children with SDGs. Now you seem to be ready. Yes, we are ready. So the topic is education and next generation human resource development. I'm Umemura. Very much honored to make this presentation. We are a group of Girl Scout Aichi Prefecture number 62 troop, Annam Fair Trade and Natural, Smile, Matsuzakaya Toyota Department Store, and our company, Umemura Construction. 5 of us are the members of this team. We'd like to give the floor to each member to introduce themselves. Girl Scout, Aichi Prefecture, 62nd Troop, please. Yes, thank you very much. We are from the Girl Scout Aichi Prefecture, 62nd Troop. We are accepting the infants to the high school students, girls. ESD and SDGs, we are covering those activities, and also at the camp, we are studying the forests and water. For older ages, they have been working on gender-related activities. This time, the Matsuzakaya Toyota Department Store sent a message that they are supporting our activities on our behalf. Thank you very much for your support. That's all from our troop. Next is the Annam Fair Trade and Natural. Inaguma from Annam Fair Trade and Natural. We are trying to promote the ethical products, including the fair trade. On the 3rd floor of Matsuzakaya, we have our shop. Through our choices during shopping, we would like people to think about what they can do to solve the global problems. We also do the events and the workshop to get our messages across. Thank you very much. Next is Matsuzakaya Toyota Department Store. Thank you very much. I am Hayashi from Matsuzakaya Department Store. In front of the station, we have our department store. Because department store, we try to proactively introduce the products of our local partners by using our pop-up shop space, so that we'll be able to send messages about the good features of the area and the people. A recent event is the collection of the picture books no longer needed, and then donated those books to kindergarten. About 700 picture books were collected and donated to the kindergarten. That's all. Thank you very much. Thank you. Next is a Re-Smile. I am Sakuma from General Incorporated Association Re-Smile. Primarily in the city, we are supporting the people with the special needs. So we are a welfare organization. Irrespective of with or without impairment, it is important that no one should be left behind. In that sense, we are resonating with the SDGs. We are hoping that everybody will be able to smile through our intervention. Currently, we are supporting various organizations' activities through providing space, or they dispatch our people for the local events. Next is U-Taste Umemura Komten. During the COVID-19, actually, we are building houses and do the refurbishment. During the COVID-19 emergency declaration, when people had to stay home, we prepared DIY kit using locally produced wood material so that the people can enjoy their time at home and at the same time learn that we do have plenty of forests in Toyota. The SDGs, when we consider SDGs, and we have been doing activities on our own. However, many people say, what are SDGs? Many people say they don't understand what it means. Or some people would even say, oh, it's the work to be done by the national government, not mine. But I think that the SDGs should be something more closer to you. That was the opinion agreed eventually within a team. It is not something difficult, but it would be possible to understand SDGs in an enjoyable manner. That's why we began to work on the next generation education. So we would like to do the event regarding the education on next generation human resources development. We want to create a kind of a trigger. Our vision is every children feels SDGs as something familiar to them. That is an ideal situation. For example, SDGs card games. We can make such card games and also give classes at school, or let people learn SDGs from shopping experience. We came up with those ideas in our working group activities. We have just started, so what we can do is pretty much limited. However, as SDG partners, what can we do now, today? We asked this question to ourselves. And we came up with this conclusion. Tomorrow, the 7th of March, at the Shintoyo Park, we are going to hold a workshop. And this is the workshop. It is called SDGs Trees. We ask children to put leaves of 17 different colors that correspond to 17 different colors of SDGs. So at the workshop, we are going to put some posters as exhibition so that the children will find the issues related to SDGs on their own and then think about what they can do and write them down on leaves and then put those leaves onto the tree. And we're hoping that many children would put many leaves onto this tree. Through this activity, in the future, we would like to create many triggers like this so that the people will think more about SDGs. So again, the 7th of March, tomorrow from 10 o'clock until 15 o'clock, please visit us at the Shintoyo Park. Our booth will be there. If you have time, please do visit us. I will stop sharing the document. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So you focus on children and try to familiarize them with SDGs. That was a key message. Thank you very much. Now, at this moment, I want to ask some questions to the team members. Inaguma-san from Annam. So this time, you had to have the 6 rounds of discussions online. I think that sometimes online discussion was very much difficult. So you really wanted to face-to-face discussion. Therefore, I know that you gathered at Matsuzakaya and had a personal discussion. Now, the Annam, not alone as Annam, but did you find something good to work with others? Well, if we try to do the event on our own, it is quite time-consuming. It takes a lot of energy. However, this time we worked with the partners and preparing an event. Therefore, we will be able to assign roles and responsibilities and really have a good, nice, and smooth discussion. Because everybody has its own know-how, and they will be able to do what they can do the best. For example, there's somebody who will create the leaves, and somebody will make tree panels, and somebody else created the communication network and making panels and so forth. All those are possible because of the collaboration of many people working together. So towards tomorrow, it seems that you are energetically proceeding with the preparation. It's just like high school days when you are preparing for the cultural event. You look very much excited. Yes. Sakuma-san from Lee Smile. I want to ask you now. Well, I was quite impressed because, Sakuma-san, you are not the only people attending the working group activities from your organization. Through this activity, do you think that anything changed in terms of the awareness of the SDGs in your organization? Well, the SDGs partners activities, even before we started, internally, we thought that we should do more for SDGs. But with this working group activities, we're able to understand more. And at the same time, I wanted others to be also involved. And at the same time, we were able to understand what is the idea of the cities. And also, because we are assigned to the next generation and education team, it was a good opportunity for us to think about how to make children think about SDGs. You know, it is easy for adults to understand it, but it will be more challenging to make children understand SDGs. So we need to think more, but it was a good learning from this activity. So I think overall I was very much satisfied. It was very useful. Thank you very much. Well, even the adults, some of them do not know the SDGs. But you know, having different opinions will create a good chemistry, and you come up with the new ideas and initiatives. Umemura-san, I think that in the beginning you are not able to come to this stage and hold an event. But as working activities, you are going to set up a booth at the We Love Toyota Fest tomorrow. Were you anticipated that you will be able to do that in the beginning? No, not at all. with a short time. With such a short time, we were able to get this opportunity to send a message out. So I'm very much excited. Once more, would you like to talk about your event? Yes, tomorrow at the Shintoyo Park, we are going to have a workshop, and we're hoping that the many children would come and put their leaves into the tree. If you have time, please do come and participate in our activity. Thank you very much. And so that was SDGs 3. I hope this is going to be a great opportunity, not for a child, but also for adults to know more about the SDGs. So that was the Education Next Generation HRD team. Thank you very much.
Next, we would like to ask the disaster response and the city support team. May I ask you to make a presentation? Yes, I would share the screen. Let me start the presentation. So we are the city building and the disaster response team. First, we would like to do a self-introduction, starting with Suzuhiro Forklift. My name is Suzuki and Kawai. It's been 34 years since the foundation. We are making battery lift that pays attention to environment and also forklift in case of disaster. We are taking actions in the SDGs. And this is Fujitsu, Tokai branch, and we would like to contribute to the region through ICT. Next, we are the Toyota City Fujioka South Middle School. Together with the local communities, we would like to coexist. And our education wants the children to feel that way. Through the SDG activities, we would like to realize how we can live together. This is Niwasho. My name is Kato. At our company, we have a headquarters in the north of Toyota City, and it's been 54 years since we've been doing the transportation. We want to become #1 company in the transportation, and we conduct visiting schools in the local communities, and we are trying to provide the quality infrastructure. Hello, this is Sunself, and my name is Suzuki. We are maintaining the sewage. By providing a good maintenance, we would like to create a resilient infrastructure, and that would be contributing to the citizens. So we are the self-relief team to help the community in case of disaster. We identified what we could do and what we could not do. For example, Suzuhiro Forklift can lend out and do a transportation of forklift, but they could not dispatch drivers who operate trucks in. However, Niwasha can dispatch trucks, but they don't have a good communication system, so they cannot use them. And through communication and conversation, we thought that by collaborating together and by getting together, we can leverage each other's expertise and can become one organization who can be active in the local community. Now, the challenges that we started to see is if we could really take actions in case of disasters. For the disaster response, this is the current organization chart. In the city office of Toyota, each department will be summed up to the council, and then we have the organizations that are part of it. But what we propose this time is
like-minded companies like us, including schools and companies, will make a group so that we can self-directedly take actions to help the community. We would like to create such a kind of a response team. By combining the strengths of each, we want to make a contribution to the community in the event of a disaster. So we were able to form a group or a team. However, simply we are lacking a coordination scheme or coordination framework. And therefore, we need to prepare for disaster by establishing a coordination framework by implementing the following. So the target is to be able to create the frontline troops that can bring their know-how and can really function as one team. As a verification, at the Joint Disaster Prevention Festa at the Fujioka Minami area, we are going to do the sorting of supplies to the evacuation center. How to do the loading and unloading, what to do with the sorting, what can we do? Well, by utilizing the gyms, we are going to verify whether this scheme works or not. And the school children of Fujioka Minami, they have studied how to do the sorting of emergency supplies, and companies are also reviewing the manuals and also give appropriate instructions to the employees so that they will be able to learn how to do this exercise. However, in order for us to be even if we are able to have a great team of passion, there are some concerns. First is whether they're able to get those necessary supplies prepared. And that means that we need to have a collaboration with the people or companies who can offer those supplies. And second is if the disaster is wide area like an earthquake, in such a case we may not be able to get together. Even if we were able to get together, we may not be able to go around all the areas that need supplies. In order to solve this, a team like ours is going to be useful because we have our own strengths each is good at. So we would like to create frontline troops that will be truly functional. Well, I hope that this activity will be eventually expand with today's conference as a first step. I hope that we'll be able to evolve ourselves so that we'll be able to be of a great service to the city. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So this is the help team to be mobilized during the disaster. We're not expecting this to happen. It's a great project. I think that it has started with a Suzuhiro forklift. Do you think that it has grown much larger project than you have originally expected? Am I right in saying that? Well, our company, separate from this SDGs working group, we had signed an agreement with the Toyota City that we are going to provide forklift in the event of the disaster. We shared this information among this working group, and then people seems to be inspired. And eventually, we began to think how we'll be able to make such kind of arrangement better by making everybody to contribute everybody's the strength. So we're able to make a very practical discussion. So at the Disaster Festa in coming June, we are hoping to verify whether our scheme works or not. Thank you very much. For the Suzuki-san from Sunself, I want to ask you. So you are able to connect it with many different companies, and then do you think that you are able to do much better if you work with other companies? Because I know that in the beginning you really wanted to do something better together with other companies. Did you find that? Yes, well, working just ourselves, for example, the water truck. And also the technicians, we thought that we would be able to contribute in the time of the disaster, but we are combining our capabilities. We have forklifts and trucks available from other members, and that makes our response much more efficient. So the response and rescue would be much more efficient by combining the capabilities of all. So I think this kind of network is so valuable. Thank you very much. By mobilizing the strengths of each party, it is really a good idea to support the city in the event of disaster. Now, next is Tanaka-san, Tanaka-sensei, teacher from the Fujioka Minami. So the idea is to involve the junior high students in response of disaster. Are there any good impact that you're expecting from this? Well, our school opened in 10 years ago. This is immediately after the earthquake in Japan. And so ever since the foundation of the school, we have been working on the disaster. But unfortunately, children only did not have opportunity to use their skills learned. But now they will be able to have an opportunity to show their capability and make a contribution to the school. That would be great. So I think that they'll be able to confirm that they have something to offer to the city, and at the same time, they will be able to come to love the city more as a result of this exercise. Thank you very much. Now, I'd like to ask Niwasho as well. At the self-introduction, you said that you are doing the visiting workshops on the road safety, but now you are considering the disaster response activities as a whole team. Do you think that after participating in these working activities, have your opportunities expanded? Yes, dramatically. It's no longer just visiting class for children, but we're able to utilize our own strengths, which is the forwarding company. By working with the companies with other sector, we'll be able to efficiently respond to the situation. And then we will be able to save as many people as possible if such schemes works well. Yes, not being passive and waiting for the instruction from the city hall, you are now trying to make a self-directed activities. If this will be realized, I think this can be applied to other cities, other towns as well. So I do hope that it will be a great success. Now, last, Takeuchi-san from the Fujitsu. Would you like to say anything as a coordinator of this team? Have you found anything new or a new awareness as a result of participating in this? Well, for the SDGs, the 17, that is the partnership for the goals. We've been very much interested in, so I was able to see that happening. And you have the actual grant to prove yourself into the city, so I'm very much happy. Okay, again, I think that this has led to a great project and a connection. So good luck and everybody. Thank you very much. Let's go to the last theme.
We'd like now move on to the last theme. The last theme is called Otagai-sama Kaigi, meaning mutual help conference. Okay, I will start sharing the screen. Hello, everyone. So, we are called Otagai-sama Kaigi. We are quite diverse in terms of the business type and activities. Junior Chamber, International, NPO, Building Management, Mind Power, which is a community power, and we are a HR recruiting company. So very diverse in the profile, but we were able to unify our opinion. How we started this team was that we did have an NPO called Otagai-sama, represented by Hagiwara-san of Mind Power. It is a non-profit organization which existed from before. And Toyota SDGs Partners Conference, Mr. Hagiwara explained about this structure of this Otagai-sama Kaigi. So Mr. Hagiwara This Otagai-sama Kaigi can even take over this whole symposium of whole conference today. That was the background behind. And then the members who are part of this theme agreed with their intention. Now, this NPO is trying to address the concerns of people with the COVID-19. There are people who are suffering without any job and money and business transactions or education. There are different types of troubles that people are facing. But as we heard in the prior presentations, if a party has a certain expertise or strength or particular business resource, we can leverage them and connect them, then we'll be able to recirculate the economy. And that was mentioned by Mr. Hagiwara. We thought that maybe we can collaborate together to create a new era. And that was the intention behind. Specifically speaking, there were specific activities that this NPO already was taking. So the mutual help between businesses, mutual help between the farmers in mountainous areas, and also the businesses, and also supporting people who are out of the safety net. And because the restaurants are suffering, now the farmers have troubles in supplying their harvest. And this is a website called Moyaiko. And by using this kind of a website page, those food that is in excess of the demand, they can be utilized in somewhere where there is a need. And there are some track records in this case. We can connect small farms and the local communities. And this kind of a connection was the existing case, and we use this in our discussion at the meetings. And Toyota JC, the Junior Chamber International, took up this topic. So, not just at the SDGs partners meetings, but Mr. Hagiwara is proposing this Otagai-sama Kaigi concept at a lot of places. And there are many other parties who agree with this concept. And at the workshops, we discussed what we could do. In reality, what kind of synergy can we create amongst members who are so diverse? We have completely different activities, but what can we do collectively? And without this SDGs partner conference, maybe these partners would never have interacted together. But there should be something that these members can do together. And also, maybe we can share the troubles amongst the members. And on top of that, there are probably the expertise and strengths of each member. And each company would share those expertise and strengths today, and that will be partially a self-introduction from each member. So starting with Moritomo-san from Katsumasa, which is a tonkatsu restaurant. Hello, this is Moritomo from Katsumasa, which is a tonkatsu restaurant. Now I'm a part of SDGs Point at Toyota City. We want to reduce the food loss. So we are providing 100 points to those people who ate all of the dishes. And they are able to use these points to reduce the price at our restaurant. So we are trying to communicate SDGs in the places that they have easy access to. Thank you very much. Next, from Ichirin Building Management, Suzuki-san, please. Can you talk? Yes, I can. My name is Suzuki Natsue from Ichirin Building Management. We manage buildings, and at the same time, I work as a psychotherapy as well. There are increasing distance between people in minds because of COVID-19. So we are addressing those concerns and helping to smoothen out communication between people. Thank you. Next, Mr. Hagiwara from My Power. We can't hear him. I'm sorry. So we call our organization My Power. We are active in the mountainous area. We are more the retailers of the electricity. From 1 year ago, 720 places are using our electricities in the mountainous areas at the city of Toyota, and we are addressing troubles of the local community and helping out each other. Mountainous area in the city of Toyota, the electricity price or cost is exceeding 2.5 billion, and we want to increase the revenue for that. And Hagiwara-san, you are the organizer of this Otagai-sama conference. You wanted to talk about this one thing that you wanted to talk about Otagai-sama conference, right? Yes. Last May, we were having an information exchange meeting amongst the local government organizations once a week, and we wanted to start with something we could do. And we wanted to conduct this Otagai-sama meeting at these workshops, and we were able to realize that. And we heard in a meeting that Katsumasa was suffering from the loss of customers because of COVID. So we had our meeting there. And I think this is, these things can be spread more in the up and coming workshops. And, that's what we could realize in the SDGs activities. And also, Hagiwara-san, because you are so passionate and to talk to JC, Mr. Suzuki is now our member. Yes, Junior Chamber International of Toyota City. My name is Suzuki. We are trying to build the local community and address the problems and challenges of the city as well. And there are many things that we can empathize with this Otagai-sama concept. Now, so because of that, I'm a member of this conference, and we want to be connected with many more people. And I'm sure this Otagai-sama conference is necessary for the city of Toyota. And we hope that we can start this Otagai-sama meeting or conference in Toyota version. So these are the members, and I still haven't introduced myself. We are Giokos, who has a business in Nagoya and doing recruiting, and we can also provide a collaborative business matching site for free. If we can provide this for free, then we can connect the expertise with the problems of the other parties, and we thought that we could be conducive. That's why I'm a part of it. And as Mr. Hagiwara mentioned before, Katsumasa restaurant was suffering from customer loss. So we thought that maybe we can have a small meeting at the Katsumasa restaurant without being so dense, close to each other. We realized one part of SDG, we are mutually helping in filling the seats of the restaurant. It is a very small thing, but it's a starting point. And also, as Ms. Suzuki from Ichiri mentioned, she is a therapist as well. Now, she did a good membering and categorization of the members. Some processing are being done in order not to infringe any copyright. But anyway, So we did a good categorization of the team members to be more efficient. And having a lunch meeting at Katsumasa restaurant sounds like a very small thing. However, I think it is still a small step that could create synergy. And we heard from two other teams, including education and next generation HR. And we don't have an event like them. And unlike the second team, the disaster response support team, we don't have any specific event or activity, but we thought that this Otagae-sama conference could be a very small starting point. And as long as we can create very tiny Otagae-sama meetings in everywhere in the city, I think it could be a good result of the SDG activities. We can be more like the comprehensive name of those small SDG activities. That is our thinking, and we hope to come up with some more results. This concludes our presentation. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you so much. Actually, we only have 1 minute left, so I need to wrap up. So we continue this working project for half a year since October, and we would like to continue running towards the goal. We hope you will continue to pay attention to our activities. Let us end this wellness part presentation by shouting our love for Toyota City. Let's call. When I say we love, we want you to shout Toyota. So this is the end of wellness part. We love. Thank you, everyone.
Please stay tuned to the activities of Toyota SDG partner. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to Ms. Subai, the facilitator, and also SDGs partner companies and organizations. Thank you very much indeed for your input. So that was a panel discussion on wellness with Toyota City initiatives. The next program is a panel discussion on energy, which starts from 4:45. Until then, we'd like you to see a video that is entitled "The Other Side of Toyota City." Thank you very much.
Thank you for your patience. Now, this is the last session of today. This session is facilitated by Ms. Junko Ota of IGES. Energy session and panel discussion. Panelists are Dr. Minoru Takada of the energy team leader, UNDESA, France, Ms. Caroline Bouval from Global, and from UK, the Derby Special City, South Derbyshire City, Ms. Sarah Birkinshaw, and from Bandung, Indonesia, Mr. Anton Snaribo, and from Shalem, Malaysia, Hailey bin Ponichan. With these panelists, the global environment and energy under the COVID pandemic. Now, Ms. Oda, your audience. Thank you.
Welcome to the panel discussion, Impact of COVID-19 on Cities, Environment, and Energy Policies. This is our last session of Think SDGs 2021 International Conference in Toyota. Today, we have been discussing our new ways of living with COVID through the special focus on the 3 priority SDGs areas of Toyota City, which are mobility, wellness, and energy. Earlier sessions cover mobility and wellness. Now we reach to the last one, energy. I am Junko Ota from the Institute for Global Environmental Strategies, IGES. It is my great pleasure to facilitate this session. First of all, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the Toyota City and UNCRD and congratulate the 70th anniversary of Toyota City's establishment. Before giving the floor to the panelists, let me briefly introduce Japan's situation. During the COVID, Japan has gone through the fundamental shift in our climate change policy. In October last year, our Prime Minister Suga announced that Japan's commitment to achieve net zero greenhouse gas emissions by the year 2050. Japan emits about 1.2 billion tons of CO2 annually, and our emissions have been declining for the past 6 years, which is a great news. However, Japan is still the 6th largest emitter in the world, and our renewable energy still only accounts for less than 20% of the total energy supply in the country. Characteristics of Japan is that large portion, nearly 90% of our emissions come from energy-derived sources. So energy plays a critical role. As the green recovery from the COVID, Japan pledged 2 trillion yen fund, which is $19 billion for the next 10 years, for research and development for the carbon neutrality. Also, Japan's Minister of the Environment, Koizumi, launched a platform for redesign with over 100 countries to enhance international solidarity by sharing the policies and actions under the Triple R framework: response, recovery, and redesign. At the local level, it has been amazing expansion of local government's initiative to declare net zero carbon emissions by 2050, so-called zero carbon cities. So the zero carbon cities movement began only with 4 municipalities 2 years ago in Japan. Now, 300 local governments in Japan has announced zero carbon cities, of course, including Toyota City. Toyota City is located in the middle heart of Japan in Aichi Prefecture, with about 400,000 population and home to the famous Toyota Corporation. As you can imagine, it is one of the Japan's leading industrial city. At the same time, it is rich in natural resources. 70% of the city areas are forest. Thus, the environmental measures in Toyota have both technological approach as well as a natural-based approach to preserve carbon sinks. Collaboration with private sector for innovation is very active, including cooperation for development, pilot experiments, collaboration with SDGs partners. In addition to the promotion of next-generation automobiles, net zero greenhouse energy housings, smart towns, and renewable energy. Now, let's invite our distinguished speakers. And for those of you participating through the Zoom, you can give us your questions and comments through the chat box in either writing in Japanese or English are fine. And for those of you who are watching through the YouTube, you can also give us a comment after the event through the survey. Also, by the way, Japanese translation are available. So, 日本語でも通訳機能がありますので、そちらのボタンを押してください。So, our first speaker is from UNDESA, United Nations Department Economic and Social Affairs, Mr. Minoru Takada. He's a team leader of sustainable energy. Mr. Takada, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'd like to thank City of Toyota and UNCRD for giving me this opportunity to speak at this very timely event. I would have really liked to be with you today in person, but unfortunately the COVID-19 situation does not allow me to do so. Through this video message, let me highlight a few key important global energy challenges, especially through the lens of SDG 7, that is to achieve affordable, reliable, clean energy for all by 2030. Today, the world is facing two important energy challenges. First is the challenge of universal energy access. There are 800 million people in the world who do not have access to electricity. This is not something that is thinkable in a country like Japan, but in reality, in many developing countries, so many people are living in the darkness. On top of it, 2.8 billion people in the world are still using wood and charcoal for cooking and heating on a daily basis. WHO estimates every year 4 million people are dying because of household air pollution. Much of it is coming from the kitchen. Of course, women are heavily impacted. In this 21st century, this is not acceptable. Second is the challenge of climate change. Science is very clear. Warming beyond 1.5 degrees will cause catastrophic impacts on our society. Today, we are already at 1.2 degrees above pre-industrial levels. That is why we have to act decisively to achieve net zero emissions by 2050. That means we'll have to get out of the fossil fuel dependency by investing in renewable energy and energy efficiency technologies, and by phasing out coal-fired power plants. Major emitting countries will have to raise their ambitions for emission reduction by 2030 through their enhanced nationally determined contributions. Much more needs to be done, of course, but we have a few reasons to be optimistic. First, sustainable energy is a smart investment. Fossil fuels used to be very inexpensive compared with renewable energy, but not anymore. Over the last 10 years, the price of solar power has dramatically reduced by a staggering 90%. In 2019, global investment in renewable energy was 3 times larger than the investment in fossil fuel technologies. Time for renewable energy has arrived. Meanwhile, energy efficiency technology represents a significant untapped potential. Up to 40% of the greenhouse gas emissions reduction needed to achieve the Paris Agreement on climate change can be delivered through a wide range of energy efficiency measures and policies. Second, there is growing momentum for carbon neutrality. Around the world, governments, civil societies, businesses, and investors alike are all joining this coalition. Countries representing about 65% of greenhouse gas emissions globally have already committed to net zero emissions by 2050. we warmly welcome Japan's pledge to achieve net zero emissions by 2050. About 250 cities in the world have also committed to 100% renewable energy. Third, energy transition can create jobs. According to International Renewable Energy Agency, global energy transition can create additional 18 million new jobs by 2030. And investing in renewable energy can create 3 times more jobs compared with investing in fossil fuel energies. Fourth, every year, tens of millions of people are gaining access to clean energy. Between 2010 and 2018, over 400 million people gained access to electricity, an additional 200 million people to clean cooking solutions. Off-grid, decentralized, renewable energy technologies are leading the way, particularly in developing countries. Still, in order for us to be able to achieve universal energy access by 2030, we have to significantly scale up and accelerate our action and investment. Ladies and gentlemen, 2021 is an important year. In Japan, it marks a 10-year anniversary of the Great Eastern Japan disaster, including the Fukushima nuclear disaster. At the United Nations, Secretary General Antonio Guterres will convene a high-level dialogue on energy in September in New York for the first time in 40 years in the margin of General Assembly at the summit level. The aim is to prepare a global roadmap toward the achievement of SDG 7 and net zero emissions by 2050. Now is the time for all countries, businesses, and civil society to step up and bring their own actions to advance SDGs and climate actions. We count on Japan's leadership as a global champion for the high-level dialogue on energy. Japan's long-standing leadership in innovation and technology will continue to be crucial to lead the way. As the Secretariat for the High-Level Dialogue Energy, we at the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs will look forward to engaging all stakeholders during the preparation for the dialogue. I wish you a successful conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Takada-san, for the strong message on renewable and the global coalition for carbon neutrality. As he mentioned, this year really marks the 10th anniversary since the nuclear incident in Fukushima. At the same time, the government announced the first time for net zero carbon reductions by 2050. So yeah, thank you very much for your message. Now, I'm very pleased to invite our second speaker, Miss Caroline Burbard. She's the Deputy General Director of Grenoble Alpes Métropole, France. Grenoble and Toyota City has been partners under the EU, European Union International Urban Cooperation Initiative since 2018 for exchanging knowledge on smart city. Miss Caroline, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Yunko, and thank you to Toyota City for organizing this Think SDGs 2021 conference. We're very happy to be here. So let me tell you a little bit more about Grenoble and what we are trying to do in terms of environment and energy policy and policies and how it was affected by COVID. First, maybe just to give you a few elements to explain why this is very important to us. Questions of environment and energy policies are essential for 3 main reasons for Grenoble. The first one is basically what you see on this picture, which is the setup we are in, the geography of Grenoble. We call it the capital of the Alps in France because we are set in the middle of the mountains with the city centered at the bottom of a valley. And obviously this geographical context is more affected by climate change and by pollution than you can find in other places in the world. So we're very concerned because it affects us first in the current actuality in terms of increased temperature and increased pollutions. The second reason these policies are essential for us is related to the profile of our population. We have about 500,000 people living in the metropolitan area of Grenoble, and a third of this population is actually under 25. So we have young people who are very concerned, as you know, in this generation with problems in terms of environment, climate change, and energy consumption. And they're pushing us to change and to change our policies so that we can tackle these issues. The third element that explains why this is central to us is also the profile of our economy. We are very close to Toyota City from this point of view. We are a traditionally industrial city with industries which are consuming a lot of energy on one side, and also industries which are able to make things evolve. The energy field is especially important in our economy, and we have other fields of activities which are supporting innovation towards more sustainable energy, such as microelectronics or mechanical engineering or chemistry. So this is a good reason for us to obviously work especially on these policies. And it comes also in addition with a capacity for innovation, which is very strong in our territory. We are the second biggest research center in France with about 25,000 researchers, so just second after Paris. And we have several very important scientific instruments, especially European ones, such as the ESRF and ILL. All of this being backed up by a very big university with more than 60,000 students. So in this context, obviously, the local government, the metropolitan area of Grenoble, has chosen to invest itself quite a bit in these policies, supporting innovation on one side and supporting also behavioral changes on the other side. And this also led us actually to apply and be selected to be the European Green Capital in 2022. And we'll be very happy to use this opportunity next year to push forward our policies in terms of environment and energy. This also led us last year to sign a new plan, an important plan, the Metropolitan Climate, Air and Energy Plan, which sets goals for the next 10 years to make sure that all our policies are taking into account the impact of climate change and the necessity to evolve in our practices. I'm not going to get into the detail of the plan because we have a very short time to talk, but as you can see, it relates to many of the SDGs in its different axes, and there is a specific axis which is on the question of energy transition and air quality. So if I just focus a little bit on that one, just like Japan, we have taken put the goal to reach carbon neutrality in 2050, and to do this, our 2030 objective must be very ambitious. And so that's why, for example, on energy consumption, we aim at reducing this consumption by 40% by 2030, and to make sure that 30% of this energy is renewable energy. We also have a very strong focus on air quality, because the energy consumption is very often a source of production of greenhouse gases on one side and other particles on the other side. So we've stressed the importance of reducing all these emissions by 2030. With measures which go from very strong work on public transportation to reduce the consumption of energy in transportation, and also measures such as what we call the low emission area, which forbids the most polluting vehicles to actually access the city of Grenoble progressively, to make sure that people change their vehicles and are more energy efficient and less polluting. In terms of how the COVID crisis impacted these policies, as you may know, France faced a strong lockdown last year during 2 months. And obviously this impacted very strongly the use of energy, because the economy was basically stopped, and also reduced strongly the pollution that we faced. But this didn't last. And after the lockdown, things came back to a fairly normal situation in terms of trends of consumption and pollution. People had changed their habits, though, and the repartition of the energy consumption was not exactly the same. And so we had to think about how we could use different levers to actually influence this situation. And so we actually chose 2 ways of action, which is one targeting more demands of families on one side and companies on the other side. And the other one was more targeting how we could improve the energy offer we have on our territory. On the demand side, we have increased very strongly in 2021 the support we bring to families to actually change their energy consumption. We have, for example, a scheme that will mobilize 1.8 million this year to support families to go towards more performant wood heating system, and another scheme of about 4.4 million to support about 2,500 families in terms of improving the energy efficiency of their homes through insulation. And this is the double of what we invested last year in terms of these activities, because we know that people are staying more at home, working from home right now, and so they are more conscious about the necessity to work on these subjects. And we have also created schemes for companies to make sure that they can go towards energy efficiency, even if the economic situation is not really good and doesn't lead them to invest. And we have a new scheme of 1 million euro to support companies for diagnostic and investment on their buildings, as well as support to the purchase of less polluting vehicles. Just to finish on the offer side, we've been very involved, as I mentioned, in the energy field for a long time with the development of new energy technologies. There's about 17,000 people working in this field in Grenoble, especially on hydropower, on power storage and battery, and on biomass. But we have especially decided to target in 2021 one field that we consider as being an energy of the future, even if it's not the greenest yet these days, which is the hydrogen production and use, the hydrogen value chain. We have a lot of actors, companies and research centers working on this subject in Grenoble, from the production up to the fuel cells and the use of hydrogen as an energy source. And we also have on our territory a production of hydrogen as a byproduct on chemical plants that is not being fully used right now, and that could be part of a cleaner energy consumption in a logic of circular economy. So we're pushing towards these projects and the development of these activities through a strategy to support the hydrogen value chain in the upcoming years. This is what I wanted to focus on. I hope I managed to stay during the right amount of time, and I remain available for your question. Thank you.
Thank you very much for Caroline for very extensive presentation and concrete plan to achieve net zero emissions, not even 2050, but even 2030. Very amazing. Also, thank you for sharing the great picture of Grenoble. It's so appreciated, especially in this time of the time that we cannot travel, but made us feel like being top of Grenoble Alps. Very beautiful, very amazing. Thank you very much. Thank you, Caroline. So our next speaker is from Derbyshire County, United Kingdom, England. Derbyshire and Toyota City made sister city agreement named Twinning Links in 1998. So now I'm pleased to invite Miss Sarah Barkinshaw. She's an international relationship manager of Derbyshire County Council. And also she's a board member for the Toyota City Partnership Board. Sarah, please.
Hello, thank you. Konnichiwa. So first of all, I'm having to struggle. It's ridiculous. Right, here we go. So first of all, I thought I would show you where I am right now. So I'm hiding here. So this little red blob is where Derbyshire is in the United Kingdom. It's a very big county and it is largely rural. There's a lot of countryside and market towns. And I'm just going to show you here with my mouse that this area is the first national park. It's the Peak District National Park. And down here is part of the National Forest. So one of the elements of Derbyshire is that we have a great many visitors coming to see these lovely places. So I won't dwell on this very much because I think it's something that you've all talked about. But before COVID-19, many of our systems globally and certainly in the UK were under threat. They were becoming outdated. We were struggling with inequity in many ways. And our way of life was very resource heavy, very energy heavy. And we knew this had to change, but sadly, The enormity of the task rather was flattened by a lack of enthusiasm to make fast changes. After COVID-19, well, I'm sure you all appreciate that in the UK, we have really suffered with COVID-19, and much of the country has been in lockdown for nearly a year now. So just very quickly, those vulnerable systems, our retail, our high streets have been closed. Children, very few children have actually been in school during this year. Our public transport system, which was already economically difficult, has failed. It is still running, but it's losing money furiously. And our visitor economy is all but closed down. So economically, things are very difficult here. But we have learned one thing. We have learned that when we need to change, when we need to do things differently, we can adapt. And we know that the future has to be greener. So this slide is about how we can change, how we can help, how we can make these changes. And first of all, thus, our national government is setting the way. Boris Johnson has a 10-point plan for us to follow. And the budget, sadly, did not show what I thought it was going to show. So we don't have a lot of very clear spend on climate change initiatives. And really, in Derbyshire, we will not benefit very much from the offshore wind turbine energy because we are so central in the UK, we don't have any sea. So I'm going to talk about what we're doing locally. So leadership comes from our market towns, from people wanting to make a difference, wanting to see more prosperity and a greener future, cleaner fuel. Our county council provides leadership, and in particular what we're becoming better at is working with the private sector. So for instance, very recently we have created a low carbon mobility task force, which is a joint venture between private and public sector, looking at ways to create cleaner fuel. And finally, but not least, our communities want to see change. They want to make a change. So one of the things that I think is perhaps the more unique about Derbyshire that I would like to spend a little time on is mine water. So in a large part of Derbyshire, this is Derbyshire here, and these areas that are coloured are areas of former coal fields. A lot of prosperity came to Derbyshire in the past through the coal mines. But in the 1970s, they were no longer economically viable and were closed. And the areas where the coal mines had been have suffered economic deprivation relative to the rest of the area. But now we discover that these mines are actually flooded with water that has been geothermally warmed at a constant 40 degrees centigrade. And by rerouting the water from the mines into the towns, we can create not only a heating system, but an energy system. So this is a very clean and renewable energy source that we hope to use wherever we can. We can only use it, obviously, where the mines existed. But the water, the constant hot water, which is renewable on a circular route, a bit like a household radiator, turn it back into the mines and it reheats. So we're looking not only at heating buildings and creating power, but hydroponic farming. And finally, this initiative will create employment and ignite wealth and regeneration in these areas. So this is now a list of the things that we are considering, not only to create new clean energy, but to use less energy, be more mindful of the economy of our resources. So I've mentioned the mine water, and now I'm thinking about travel and transit, the movement of people and goods throughout Derbyshire. So we are looking at an automated integration system for routing algorithms to control journeys and volume of traffic. And we can't do this immediately across the whole county, but we're very interested in following a policy of making sure that our visits to the national parks and the forest are entirely carbon free. So we hope to be working with a developer in the area to create a gateway site to these beautiful places. And this will be where people will leave their private cars behind and use green transport to travel in buses or with nodal points for onward travel for other vehicles. And that includes active travel. So thinking about our health and our own relationship with creating and using energy, we are looking at increasing the use of cycling and walking in Derbyshire and hoping to make electric bikes, hire bikes, very easily available, especially in our national parks and in our market towns, which will be transport hubs. I want to also mention the strength of community power. In the national park, there is one community at least who have been making is showing a lot of interest in becoming carbon free. And we will help them create some sort of park and ride initiative so that visitors through and to these areas will leave their fossil fuel vehicles behind and find a way of onward travel, which is carbon free. And then I want to mention another way of saving energy, which is this digitized economy. So in the last year, we have all become much more familiar with working from home, using meetings like this, and also shopping from home. In fact, in the UK has become a nation of home dwellers. And looking forward, we know this is not entirely sustainable because we have also learnt the necessity of human interaction, which we sadly feel the loss of at the moment. But what we hope is that we can create better access to digital capabilities, and we will introduce more platforms for shopping, even with the tiny local shops, as well as education and employment through more digital access. And finally, not least again, all of the things I've said mean that we intend to invest in hydrogen and electric refueling. And we are working on this as we speak, hoping to put a north to south hydrogen access through the county and to increase the electric refueling points throughout the county. So that is the end of my presentation. And I hope that if you have any questions, you will ask them at the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah, for a very nice presentation. I like your message that, it's not just because of the COVID we have to change, but becoming greener has been our homework even before the COVID. We just need to do it now. It's such a good opportunity. And the collaboration with the private sector is more and more everywhere in Japan, as well as I hope in UK. France and UK has been taking such a great initiative becoming green recovery. Also, UK is hosting COP26 this year for the Paris Agreement. Thank you very much for your great message. So now I'd like to invite our Asian speakers. Yeah, our next speaker is from Bandung City, Indonesia. Bandung and Toyota City has signed an agreement on smart city in 2017. Cooperation includes areas such as social welfare, transportation, and others. So I'm very pleased to welcome Mr. Anton Suranwibo. He's the head of Bandung Planning Department. Anton, please.
Good afternoon, distinguished participant. Konnichiwa. I would like to share my presentation. Bandung City is located in Southeast Asia. You can see the map of Indonesia. and we located in in Java Islands, particularly in West Java Province. Bandung is the capital of West Java Province. Is the one of the Indonesia.
Anton, I think we're having technical problem.
Most probably the Sustainable Development Goals. The city of Bandung has made several development efforts, which are clean water and sanitation, sustainable cities and communities, and climate action with the implement of the locally 3R, or we call it the accomplishment. In this slide, I would like to inform the condition regarding to the pandemic COVID. We have the first case in the March 16, 2020, with the rate around 5.6% per day, and it increased until the early March of 2021, become 120% per day. So it's very increased significantly. And the total number of active confirmation in Bandung City is 1,198 people. With the total cumulative is 13,378 persons. To respond to pandemic COVID-19, we have some problems regarding to the macro indicators. So you can see the macro indicators shows that almost all the macro indicators quietly decrease significantly. For example, the economic growth is declined to from positive to minus 2.28%. Also, the Human Development Index, and also we face the problem of unemployment rates, which increased until 11.19%, and poverty rate is increased to 3.9%. To respond to pandemic COVID situation, we have some issues which are related to the health, household empowerment, and traffic sectors. First, we increase the use of personal protective equipment, or to increase the medical waste in public health facility. And also, we increase the number of patients for isolation and has put pressure in hospital facilities. We also improve our work from home and distance learning. Cost increase the household expenditure, especially for electricity and internet services. And also decrease of vehicle kilometer travels because the mobility restriction and modal shifting from public transportation to individual bicycle. From issue of the pandemic COVID-19, some solution regarding to the community empowerment and energy efficiency also promote. Firstly, we promote the community empowerment for integrated urban farming, or we call it Buruan Saya. It is an integrated urban farming program, which also solve the problem of inequality of food problem through the utilizing existing yard or land by gardening in the residential area. And also we have the action to support 3R, or we call it Kampisman, reduce, reuse, and recycle. Also we have enhancing green education through the integrated urban farming area as the education facilities. Secondly, we support for the formation of plan for low carbon city development in Bandung City, in some policy and planning also. Thirdly, we have completed some piloting projects. Some action related to Bandung City are included in the action plan for the regulation, city regulation for a green building. Also regulation for environmental management guidelines that committed for developing our mitigation and adaptation action. Recently, we conduct the energy efficiency action, which are battery sharing services for personal electric motorcycle in Bandung. And also, we established some station to install a public space in Bandung City for the battery sharing. Also, we try to promote the four-wheel electric vehicle with the battery sharing to introduce on collaborative research with university. And also we have a demonstration for business user for the courier service, food delivery service, tourism and gas station, and etc. And the number of units that we install is 270 units. As a conclusion, we would like to promote first knowledge sharing and networking between cities, how we facing pandemic COVID-19 in terms of health and economy recovery responses. Second, how we can promote community resilience. We believe that community resilience becomes our key factor for respond the pandemic COVID. Third is how we can promote sustainable mobility for Bandung City in terms of energy efficiency and ICT program. And the fourth, how we can create a further concrete action for sustainability development in Bandung City. For example, resilience partnership, capacity building, and smart and healthy cities collaboration. Thank you for your kindly attention, and hopefully we can use this international conference in Toyota for the next collaboration between Toyota and Bandung City, as well as all participant cities.
Thank you, Mr. Anton, Bandung City, for your very concrete examples. We could see how things change after the COVID, including not just energy, but the medical waste, plastic waste must have been increased. Yes. The energy used at home increased. So thank you for bringing those important issues as well. Thank you. So our last speaker is from Shah Alam City Council, Malaysia. Mr. Haidi Bonisham, he's a Senior Assistant Director. Shah Alam has been outstanding city in implementing SDGs, also the environment. So now I'm pleased to invite Mr. Haidi, please.
Good evening, konnichiwa, thank you. It was a great honor to be here. I would like to express my gratitude to Toyota City for inviting Shah Alam in this Toyota International Conference. I would like to convey Shah Alam City Council for their gratitude for this invitation. Without further ado, I would like to share my presentation. This is our Shah Alam. So Shah Alam is located at the center of Malaysia. Yeah. Not share, sorry. Shah Alam is located at the center of Malaysia, at the state of Selangor. So this is Shah Alam. Shah Alam, we have a Shah Alam roadmap, which firstly started at 1998. We have a Selangor state agenda. And then basically this roadmap is divided into two phases. Firstly, at the beginning, we are comparing and benchmarking the Shah Alam with the cities in Malaysia. And moving forward, now we are trying to benchmark Shah Alam with the world best cities and to improve ourselves. During our journey in 2017, we are an APEC low carbon model town. And in 2018, we become the Asian SDG frontrunner cities. And now we are doing our VLR, voluntary local report for Shah Alam, and soon we will report it in UN. All right. So basically, arising from difficulty on improving the energy efficiency initiative and getting the commitment from Shah Alam building owners and several related parties, in 2015 we are doing a case studies And this case studies is our turning point on our success. We believe that way. The case studies is done in one section. We have about 35 building in that section. The building age is range about 35 years to 5 years. So the objective during that time is to find the root cause for this energy inefficiencies of Shah Alam, and also to highlight to the communities that improving the energy efficiencies is not the council drive, but it's a drive by all. From the case studies on 55 plot area at a total of 35 buildings, we are scored into 18 buildings that are further analyzed as several buildings are not included in the standard requirement. And the result shows that 4 buildings have a critical substandard energy efficiencies, and this inefficiencies is basically shows contribute to 4 factors, which is the building chiller breakdown, air handling units problem, old and inefficient equipment, and also the building occupants' behavior. Furthermore, when we check from these studies, it was a common problem to all the building in Shah Alam. So due to climate temperature in Malaysia, which is revolve around 20 to 30 degrees centigrade, with high humidities as high as 70s to 80%, the building air conditioning is a major business in Malaysia. So these are some initiatives that we like to highlight it. So right now we are doing the integration monitoring control system. This in Shah Alam municipal, we do this connectivity integration with Shah Alam municipal properties such as traffic light, street lighting. We have right now we are conducting the integration on 20 junction to improve the traffic flow, while we are also connecting with 30 buildings, private and public owned, and also with 180 units of feeder pillars in all over Shah Alam. So the integration also, in addition, the system will also used to control the air handling unit. As we know, the chiller system in Shah Alam, because of the old building, they have a constant actuated valve system, which is using high energy. Using this integration and also SCADA system, we are connecting, we can improve the system by converting the AHU into a variable actuated valve system, which decrease the energy usage without any other cost. So we believe that this project is all underway, and we believe it can be completed in 2023. Another initiative that we want to highlight is the district cooling enhancement program. This district cooling enhancement program is to connect several buildings with a single chiller plant. And in additional, this system also with thermal storage capability. And this system, we are promoting this system to the buildings which have a problem with their chiller system. So rather than they are investing on new chiller system, the owner only need to connect the cold water their existing chiller water pipe system and directly to the AHU. Using this method, they will save lots of money or millions of money using only this system. I believe that's all. Arigatou gozaimasu. Thank you.
Thank you, Hari, for your very interesting study. It's very interesting today because we have a speaker from Europe and Asia. Europe's colleagues are struggling to save energy for heating. You know, your heating must be a big consumer, but the Southeast Asian cities are struggling for cooling. You need a aircon for the humidity and high temperature, which is very key. You know, most of the big portion of energy are used either for heating or cooling. Why don't we improve it? Yeah, thank you very much. So this is the end of the presentation. Now we'd like to move on to the panel discussion. We have a surprise. We are inviting a mayor of Toyota City. He will jump in later because most of you are already collaborating with Toyota City. And now I'd like to pose a question. What's your prospect or wishes, ideas for possible collaboration or cooperation with Toyota City in the future, especially in the field of environmental energy? Yeah, so let's start with Caroline from France.
Yeah, actually, we already have a strong collaboration with Toyota City on this subject through an IUC program, the International Urban Cooperation Programs, and we were actually very lucky to be able to welcome a delegation from Japan on these energy issues just before the beginning of the COVID crisis last year, and hopefully we'll be able to have further exchanges in the upcoming months when things are getting a little bit more under control. And as part of this program, we've done already a lot of exchanges between especially our companies and research centers in terms of developing new technologies towards greener energies. And we still have two parts of the programs that we want to work further on. One is the relation between the Eco-Full Town initiative in Toyota and the work of our agency for climate and energy, which is called ALEC here in Grenoble. They have a lot of experience sharing to do because there are some different programs which have been set up on both sides, which we can get inspired by. And the other one is a work between our innovation centers or Fab Labs. We already have a program helping startups to do what we call soft landing with different cities in the world. And we hope that we can also work with Toyota on this subject and make sure that we can interconnect the ecosystem of innovations that we have on both sides. And we know that they're very powerful, both in Toyota and in Grenoble, to make sure that we can discover new technologies and new techniques to improve our energy production and consumption. So that's the two axes that we're still working on, and we'll be very happy to work further with Toyota City on these subjects.
Thank you, Caroline Grenoble. Now I'd like to hear from Sarah from Derbyshire, UK.
Thank you very much. Well, we have our relationship with Toyota City has been very civic, and we have recently, in the last year, been considering how we can use our friendship to inspire and learn from one another. And last year started a process of inviting Toyota to look at our projects in environmental sustainability and a greener economy, and to work colleague to colleague on these things so that we can share information with one another and learn together. We were very inspired in our 20th anniversary visit, and we've got to see the Eco-Full Town, and it really opened our eyes to how you need to take a whole community with you when you want to embark on change. So we would really like to renew that friendship or build on that friendship and start to work together. We do have in common Toyota Motor Corporation manufacturing, and we can see that across between the two areas, Derbyshire and Toyota and the Motor Corporation, that we can be incredibly innovative and build resilience in our communities. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Sarah from Derbyshire. Now let's hear from Mr. Anton, Bandung City, Indonesia. Mr. Anton?
Thank you, Ms. Jinko. So as I mentioned before, we would like to promote the knowledge sharing and networking. Maybe Toyota can can establish the open platform, especially for concept of Toyota Woven City. I heard very sophisticated, and also how we can sharing about COVID-19 information center, so we can lesson learn from each other cities. how we can promote our city become the healthy and resilient city. And secondly, we also want to have a community group partnership, because we believe community resilience become our key factor in the future regarding to the COVID-19. So maybe you have a community group in Toyota City also can listen and can discuss with our community group in Bandung. And the other is promoting the sustainable that I mentioned. We want to have technology of the artificial intelligence, AI, especially for energy efficiency, and also for maybe urban farming sensor at the level community or maybe a household. And the rest is we also want to have collaboration among our SMS, because we have increasing the e-commerce during the pandemic COVID, and also how we can collaborate among our startups in the ICT businesses. Thank you very much. Konnichiwa. Arigatou gozaimasu.
Terima kasih, Anton, for very concrete proposals. Very useful. Thank you very much. Now, let's invite Mr. Heidi from the Shah Alam for any ideas or comments for Toyota City, please.
Thank you. Currently, Shah Alam has basically yet don't have relationship with Toyota cities. But anyhow, in Shah Alam, we have 2 Toyota plant, which annually output is around 50,000 vehicle. And it was long ago, from 1980s, that plant is already there. And also Shah Alam have a unique similarity with the Toyota City, which first one is Shah Alam is driven by automotive industries. As you know, in Malaysia, we have our automotive industries, which is Proton. This Proton factory also in Shah Alam. And also another one, as we can see, the Toyota cities have many universities, and Shah Alam also have many universities, which currently we are collaborating with this university. We have an OA with the university, and we do lots of program with the university. We believe that Shah Alam can collaborate these education agencies and as a local government as a mediator for it. And also this year, Shah Alam hearing lots about the ZEB, Zero Net Buildings. And also we are a long time here about the energy monitoring mechanism in the cities in Japan. It's pioneer, I believe the pioneer for this mechanism, and also the zero energy building is from Japan. So it would be interesting field to explore between the city council on how we are conducting this expansion on the application and share the technology on this matter. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Heidi. So we went through the 4 panelists. I hope the mayor was listening in Japanese translation. Now I'd like to invite Mayor Toyota, Mr. Ota. Can you switch?
どうもありがとうございました。それぞれとても興味深い
This is Ota speaking. It's really good to know that we have been able to exchange a very meaningful information, and there are many things that we, Toyota City, must also learn. There were many things I have acknowledged today, so we hope to continue and cherish our partnership. There's one thing I need to mention. And this is something I would like to consult with all of you here. Because we have a good opportunity and we have all these 4 municipalities joining us today, and you have really approached us in a very amicable way. I think I would like to take this occasion and have this 5 municipal relationship. Maybe we could start something new among the 5 municipalities. That's what came up in my mind. And I would like to make a proposal. Toyota City is working on SDG initiatives, and there are some limitations for us municipalities. So that's why we have to bring in different stakeholders like private sector, the academe, as well as the civil organizations. We would like to bring in all these stakeholders so that we will be able to solve the social issues that we have. And we have this concept called the Toyota SDGs partners, and we are creating this platform now. And currently, we have 210 private sectors, businesses, universities, and organizations and associations that have joined us as members. And this is just a proposal from my side. If I was wondering if you would be interested in joining us as part of this Toyota SDGs partnership. So could you be our honorable member? If you would love to join us, that would be highly appreciated, and we could have a stronger relationship and collaboration among our 5 cities, municipalities. We will be able to also share our pain points and also bring in these 210 partners' knowledge and skills. We might be able to ask from them, and we partners could also provide them with information. This is just a proposal from my side.
So I will translate, just summarize what he have said. Thank you so much for your precious contribution for this event. Today, I really felt that how important to share learning, share the situation, share the future prospect. We really felt this importance. Also, not just between cities, administration to administration. Many of you mentioned how important it is to involve companies or universities, organizations, or citizens or communities. It's same here in Toyota City. That's why the Toyota City recently established a new platform called Toyota SDGs Partners Platform. Currently, over 200 companies, universities, organizations, and communities are registered as a club member. So his suggestion today, after hearing this session, he was so moved by your presentation, and he likes to continue this sharing furthermore with the wider stakeholders. Wider stakeholder means together with this Toyota City Partners members with about 200 people. So he's suggesting, why don't you join our Toyota partners? So that's one suggestion. So therefore, we can continue sharing and learning exchange with our stakeholders as well. What do you think?
Yes, I agree very much. Thank you.
同志ももちろん賛成ですということです。これ特別会員ということでどういうことをしたらよろしいでしょうかね。
Honorable member, what should these municipalities do?
It's a splendid idea. I think as I was listening today, I had the same thought as you about how we need heat, and in Asia they need cool air. And I was thinking there are so many different ways to look at this problem. And the more people, the more open we are to seeing the nature of the problems and the way that people work towards solving them, the more likely we are to find solutions that work. And so it would be rather wonderful to be part of a much bigger platform. Thank you.
イギリスのダービシャーのサラさんも素晴らしいアイデアですね。今回聞いて本当に違いいろいろな状況の違いがありますけれど、同じソリューションに向かって情報を共有していくというのは。
We know that you are buying in with this proposal. Thank you very much.
Can I invite Caroline?
I can only agree with what Sarah just said. I think it's through these kind of exchanges that we've got new ideas and new ways to go forward. And obviously, we are more than happy to keep working with Toyota and with a more extended group of people on all these subjects, which are essential for all of us and for the future.
フランスのグルノーブルのケロラインさんももちろん賛成ですということで、これまで以上にもちろん今までやってきたこともあるんですけど、
It is really good to know that all of you are agreeing with this and that we do understand the importance of having many stakeholders.
Thank you. I was very moved with this kind of collaboration and also sharing the idea. We believe that we can achieve more by sharing the idea. We don't need to be in the same place to decide and to discuss on everything. With this kind of conference, it's move something else which can contribute to our achievement on decreasing the energy usage and better environment. Thank you.
マレーシアのシャーラム氏ももちろん素晴らしいア
Thank
イデア
you,
だと思いま
Shalam
すということ
City,
で
for
同じ方
showing
向
us
に
your
向かって
consent. So we are
協力
really
してい
happy
きま
to
しょう。
know that we are all facing towards the same directions.
ではそうしましょう。手続きこちらそれでよければ。
If we are fine, yes, thank you very much for showing your thoughts, and I will have all the paperwork to be proceeded for the honorable membership, and let us continue our dialogue and discussions individually as well as together, so that we can come up with concrete ideas and further enhance our relationship.
After this event, thank you for your favorable agreement. So we will send you procedural matters by email or technical matters, and we will suggest what will be the next step to you. And thank you very much for today. Then I think we will close this thematic session and energy. Thank you so much for your distinguished panelists and great presentations, and just your presence is so great. Thank you very much. So we now like to close this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
ありがとうございました。
はい、ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
ファシリテーター太田様、そしてパネリストの皆様、お疲れ様でございました。ありがとうございました。
Thank you very much for your active contribution. That was a panel discussion, impact of COVID-19 on cities' environmental and energy policies. With this, we have covered all sessions prepared for today. At this moment, we have a present, nice present to the viewers. As we said at the beginning, this is the Toyota's SDGs badge using the thinning materials of Toyota City. The people who have come to Toyota Eco-Food Town, and if you say that you were able to see the SDGs International Conference at Toyota Eco-Food Town, we are going to give it to the first 100 people. And so please do come to the Eco-Food Town and say that you have seen this international conference. You may have a chance to get one of those badges. The COVID-19 is still a menace, and so because of that, international traveling and also the traveling across the prefectures is not desirable today. However, once the COVID-19 is under control, we hope that many of you will come and visit us at the Toyota City. Well, ladies and gentlemen, to close today's event, we'd like to ask Honorable Mr. Toshihiko Ota, the Mayor of the Toyota City, to say a closing remark to the panelists and the speakers and all the viewers across the world. The Ota, Mayor of Toyota City, is speaking. First of all, thank you very much for your interest for a long time. And to all the speakers, thank you very much for your input. We are very much appreciative of that. In today's meeting, because this was held amid the COVID-19, we discussed how we have been tackling with the COVID-19 in each locality. How should we go about with the COVID-19 going forward? We had many discussions. At the opening message from the UN DESA, we had the pleasure to have an opening message or congratulatory message. And we were able to make a good start with this message. The VLR necessity was very much emphasized, and by 2030, at the local level, we hope that we'll be able to accelerate the VLR. So it was quite a useful presentation.
In the role of the SDGs in order to solve the environmental the issues. The ICLEI Japan's Mr. Uchida gave the lectures from global and global points of view in order for the solution of the SDG issues. The respective role was explained.
According to him, the current world is not sustainable. When the environmental changes occur, our society and economy could easily collapse. And based on the scientific knowledge, we have to understand how human beings are causing trouble to the environment. We have to pursue the sustainable happiness, and we have to approach the economy and society and environment in an integrated manner. And then we had a mobility session.
In the mobility session, after and with Corona, local cities' mobility was discussed. At the time of disaster, when a power is shut down, the vehicle can become the source of the supply to sustain the local life. The possibility of cars become part of the infrastructure, and as the elderly population increase, how to ensure the mobility means for the elderly. Various combination of the new mobilities was suggested. Also, under the COVID the pandemic, the mobility is increasingly important for the people to connect with other people.
In the wellness session, we invited the Toyota SDGs partners and talked about their new initiatives under the title of We Love Toyota City initiative. They had about 6 months of the working activities, and they came up with 3 ideas. One is the education and the next generation human resource development. The second is disaster help team, and third is mutual help teams. They came up with those 3 ideas. People of different sectors and different backgrounds were coming together as Toyota SDGs partners, and they're able to talk and think and move with SDGs as common languages, which made me very much happy. In the panel discussion, we had 16 partners, including the organization, companies, and schools. We are very much happy to see that they were very much invigorated in their presentation. We have great power of citizens. The We Love Toyota passion and also the SDGs as a key word. We hope that we are going to expand the partnership so that we will have more and more activities coming.
In the energy session, under the COVID pandemic, the global energy and environmental policies were discussed in Europe and in the US. Each city has different issues, but share the green unity policy for the resilient society could be shared. The last session was held in English, and I'd like to thank Ms. Oda for the excellent coordinating and the facility. French, UK, Indonesia, and Malaysia's the counterparts, and sharing your energy policies under the COVID pandemic. We understand that whatever the difference between the country and the cities, we just cannot neglect the energy issues, and for that purposes, the partnership is an indispensable factor. For all panelists, for all sessions, thank you very much for the very meaningful discussion today. Toward the 2030 SDGs the achievement, we have only 10 more years toward the achievement of the SDGs. We would like to follow through our planned actions, and also to evaluate the progress status through the LVA. Currently, the quantitative monitoring evaluation is now studied by UNCLD in collaboration with the local government and the business and academia. And not returning to the pre-COVID, but based on the the normal, we have to look into the future and BBB, Build Back Better for the more resilient society. Toyota City says that let us build to the future normal, and what we prioritize is a partnership. SDG partners and the communities in the industries and academia let us enhance this partnership and try to disseminate our initiatives toward the global futures and try to let us build the future normal. Now, I would like to declare the closing of the SDGs 2021 International Conference in Toyota. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. With this, we'd like to close the Think SDGs 2021 International Conference in Toyota. Everyone, thank you very much for your active participation for a long time. The Toyota City is strongly determined to continue to work to achieve SDGs strategically and aggressively and together with the SDGs partners. Thank you very much once more to everyone. Thank you.
To another good morning, time to go. Got that smile upon my face, 'cause there's excitement in the chase, this I know. Yeah, I'm going for the ride and find myself, I am alive, and I soar. Still I run towards the wind and let the challenge draw me in, 'cause I want more. Oh, we are all looking for adventure. 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 We are all. Close your eyes with me, start imagining a world full of love. We can change the stars with our hands and hearts, make them shine on us. But no, don't worry, darling, they won't stop staring, but soon they'll be caring. Confront near and far with their hands and hearts, 'cause it's time to stay up.
Hello world, wake me up to another good morning, time to go. Got that smile upon my face, 'cause there's excitement in the chase, this I know. Yeah, I'm going for the ride, and by myself I am alive, and I soar. Still I run toward the wind, and let the challenge draw me in, 'cause I want more. Oh, we are all looking for adventure. 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 We are all.
Close your eyes with me, start imagining a world full of love. We can change the stars with our hands and hearts, make them shine on us. But no, don't worry, darling, they won't stop steaming, but soon they'll be caring. Come from near and far with their hands and hearts, 'cause it's time to stand up. Close your eyes with me, start imagining a world full of love. We can change is always right.